2, 1, and we're live.
Good evening, everyone. This is the March 3rd, 2022 Planning Board meeting. It is being recorded by WACA, and due to ongoing COVID situation and following Massachusetts regulations, the meeting is being conducted online. So we have a number of public hearings tonight. I wanted to make the general announcement that if you are specifically tuning in for the public hearing on 355 West Union Street, that is the TJ's building, or the public hearing for the Eversource Energy along Cedar Street and Chestnut Street, or for the public hearing at 100 Fountain Street, which is a preliminary subdivision plan. All three of those public hearings are being continued tonight, and they will not be discussed. So if you're here specifically for those, you have a night off. The 100 Fountain Street preliminary subdivision plan is scheduled for the 17th, and the other two are not rescheduled at this time. All right. So that said, we do have several other public hearings, both continued and new, that we will be engaging in tonight. I see a hand up for Matt Stevens. I don't know who that is, but is there a question on the agenda? Matt, do you want to unmute yourself? Do you have a question on the continuances?
Tricia, I think he just put his hand down. So I think.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Okay. So, and actually, I don't think I officially called the meeting to order, which I will do in retrospect because it was 7:15 on time. Like I said, we have three other public hearings that we'll be doing tonight, as well as a concurrent meeting that we'll be having with the Design Review Committee when we are through our time with those public hearings. Then we have some various reports and updates from various other issues for the board, and some scheduling things we'll talk about as well. So a full agenda as always. So at this time, we will be reopening the 501 Pond Street Special Permit and Site Plan Review. As our planning board member, Anna Tesmaninsky, is a direct abutter to that property. She will be stepping off for this portion of the meeting and will be rejoining us later. In her stead, we have Kevin McLean, our associate member, who is going to be stepping in as our fifth voting member during the 501 public hearing.
All right, I'm going to step out, and Peter, you'll message me when I can come back. Yep.
All right, Peter, do you want to introduce the appropriate person for this project or give an update about where we are at?
Sure, I can give a quick update. So thank you everyone for joining us tonight. So tonight we have the continuance of 501 Pond Street. At the last meeting, we discussed the project overall, the number of units, and the type of commercial and the square footage of commercial. Since the last meeting, the applicant, Trask Development, represented by Ben and Matt Stevens, and also attorney Mark Kolblock, who I do not believe I see on the call tonight, they have as a team submitted a revised narrative of the project, a revised architectural plan, and also a revised landscaping and site plan. All three documents have been uploaded to the Town of Ashland website and distributed out to the planning board. So at this time, I see that Mr. Matt Stevens and Mr. Matt Murata from Icon Architects are here to represent, along with Mr. Ben Stevens with Trask Development. So at this point, I will ask Trask Development to step forward and to talk about the revised narrative, architectural plan, landscaping, and site plan as submitted. Mr. Matt and Ben Stevens, would you like to unmute yourself and step forward?
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Ben Stevens from Trask Development. I'd like to thank the board again. Once again, this is we're not diving into details of the project yet, and the engineering, the traffic, etc. We felt like we had a great meeting last time, and I think we took the board's advice and brought our plans forward a little bit, both on architectural and on sort of concept, landscaping, etc. So tonight I'd like to just sort of make sure before we go into the hard engineering part of the project with the stormwater and so on and so forth, that we're kind of on the right path. So with that, I'd like to introduce Matt from Icon Architecture. And after he updates a little bit on the architecture, I think he will turn it to Bart Lipinski, our landscape architect. And then I'll just follow up with a few comments, and we'd love to hear the board's opinion of sort of the overall site concept that we're working on, and we appreciate that. So Matt, if you would.
Great, thank you. Matt Morano with Icon Architecture. Peter, do you mind if I can share my screen?
Nope. Just hold on a sec, and I will make you co-host. Emma, can you make Matt a co-host?
Yep. You should be able to share screen then.
Great. Give me a second. Here you go. So I'm going to run through this relatively quick. We've seen this multiple times at this point. The site is on the border of Holliston and Ashland on Pond Street, located next to the Shaw's Plaza, Ledgmere Condominiums, Spyglass Hill. We all know the buildings that surround us. Last time we came to folks, we presented this updated plan where we looked at trying to create a broader commercial public space at the front of the building, along with expanding our commercial footprint. And we talked a little bit about some more features and landscaping that we could look at along the front of the property. The current plan that we have in front of you tonight looks at increasing the depth of our minimum setback along Pond Street with additional planting. And I'm not going to get into specifics. I'll let Bart Lipinski, our landscape architect, dive into that. I'm just going to make note of a couple of things, of concepts that we were looking at when we were exploring this new option. We felt that it was important to allow the commercial space to have some generous open space where we had it up against the building before. Now we've kind of split it up a bit between having some open spaces that can be right adjacent to the commercial spaces, and then also a more public facing open space along Pond Street with the connection to the commercial space. Bart, I'll pass it off to you so you can get into some of the specifics.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bart Lipinski. I am the landscape architect representing Grady Consulting. What we'll do is just kind of walk through the perimeter, the front, or all four sides. As Matt mentioned, we have more space along Pond Street. So what we propose to do is kind of incorporate the initial, excuse me, park or little seating area that we had. It's a little bit expanded now. It's more of a seating area with rock boulders, large rocks set in the ground for a gathering space. It's also a connection that'll take us from Pond Street directly to some of the commercial units and along the front of the building. Also through the front buffer, we have a little walking trail. So it's another way to access the rock type garden that we have there. We did remove the bus shelter that we originally had that was on the left side, so the south side of the site. But we did keep a pergola type structure on the opposite side of the entrance. So that could be used for possible bus and kids, or it could be a part of that garden that runs along the front of along Pond Street, and it could be accessed through lawn areas on the other two sides. As we go along the south side of the site, we do have street trees now along that side of the property and a stone wall. The top part of the plan, or the west side, we do keep the existing landscape buffer. We do enhance the open areas that are there now. And then we still did keep the dog park area in the northwest corner. As we come down the last side, so that would be the north side of the building, we did add additional landscape hedges, so evergreen hedges that would help block headlights from parking cars. And as we come down closer to Pond Street, we had a little bit more room, so we were able to get bigger evergreens, arborvitae, and additional shade trees in on that corner. Last, I'll say the courtyard temporarily is, even though the buildings changed a little bit, is similar to what was shown on the last plan. And then the Pond Street side of the proposed building, for now, we have some shade trees, flowering trees. Once we know that this will be the plan, then we will follow up with final landscape plans and everything that we need for our final submission. Thank you.
I'd like to note a couple of additional items. When we were looking at this, we felt like this could be an area where there could be a little pull off, where we could actually have some food trucks possibly come up and create some more activity along this park area here, instead of just giving a park that would just be there and not be activated. And some of Ben, I'm gonna lean on you for the parking counts, but we did move the parking around. Before, we did not have the full tray of parking on this side of the building. And we had, as you can see, we moved some of the parking from the front.
Sure. If I could, I'll speak. The parking counts still are meet the requirement for the amount of commercial space we have and for the residential. We have to position some of the handicaps that we need to modify that a little bit as we move forward with the traffic engineering study and the layout plan, but the unit count, the traffic count, the parking spaces have not changed. And just to go back to the concept out front, is we've dedicated about 10% of the, this park area is about 10% of the site. So it's about 18,000 square feet. We see it as a public park, public access. We've reached out to Beth Reynolds and talked to her a little bit about this concept. And it may be a smaller version or a sort of a different location of the corner spot in town, where we might invite different vendors on a Saturday to come into this spot. We think that's going to help Hudson more. They sell ice cream, they sell snacks. So we thought about the pergola as more of a, not as a bus stop with a direction facing the street or facing the road, but more of an open pavilion where you might have benches and you might be facing the building, you might be facing the park, you might be facing the street. And the patio area is just a hardscape patio, but instead of a more formal look, we were thinking more of a quarry look, if you will, with sort of 18-inch, 2-foot-high boulders, flat tops, that we could get a little bit of height, a little bit of depth out of it, but without a real formal park setting, an urban setting, and try to play off of the quarry clock idea, if you will, with a sundial in the middle. I mean, it's maybe a little quiche, but we think it's somewhat appropriate. And then we tried to establish 2 main crosswalks so that if people did visit Hudson Moore and wanted to come, if they were walking a dog per se and wanted to grab an ice cream, but wanted to come back to our site and sit and have the ice cream, or if somebody was taking a parent from the nursing home next door and having a walk with them, they could sit quietly under some shade and have a little respite area out front. And we would definitely work with Beth Reynolds and downtown to try to figure out if there was events we could do, food trucks, community events. It seems strange now, but whether it's a mobile COVID testing, or who knows what could be in the future, especially if this area becomes more populated from walking and so on and so forth. We have a lot of neighborhoods in the area, and maybe we could introduce a lot more pedestrian activity, dog walking, etc. And we're hoping to kind of move towards that with this project. That's why we kind of came up with the park. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else on your team that needs to jump in at this point, or?
Matt, do you have any more building updates?
Yeah, there's not a ton of building updates. We did update the renderings though to illustrate some of the new concepts of the park. We mentioned the pergola. We did not get to update that in this rendering. You can see the food truck here, the more natural landscaping. We did start to illustrate again, I believe we did this last time, but the potential street trees from the Pond Street reworking. You can see the density of the trees now is much more significant along Pond Street and much more natural groupings. Here's the bike path, or the walking path, sort of circulating through the front park here. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this point then, and Peter, unless you have something to add in, at this point, I'd like to invite the planning board to ask any questions, offer any comments that they have at this time. We will be opening it up to public comment, but I will first ask the planning board if they would like to jump in first here.
I can go. Thank you, team. Looks like you started to incorporate some of the comments from last time. Couple of things that I wondered. The one that we talked about primarily the last time was the headlights into the next neighbor building. So that hedge location, I'm just curious, is that the intent that it runs east-west, or is that only that one patch that we are looking at? And what is driving that location if it is just that patch? Because if a car is turning, it's probably those four corners where the headlights would really be hitting. So what's driving that location of that hedge? I probably didn't understand that. So I was curious about what that idea was.
Quite honestly, we need to meet with our neighbors a little bit more to understand where the most sensitive areas are in their building. That's their closest building location to us. That's sort of the angle of their building. So we're obviously can expand that or move that, adjust that. So this is conceptual at best, but we're happy to meet with them and find out where the most critical areas of concern are with their building. And that probably will be expanded. But we just kind of went to the closest corner. And they may have issues that are more into the front of the building, and that's fine. We can adjust that, but we'll meet with them before we get into more final plans.
Yeah, I think that needs a little bit of thinking into it, because if I would think that if somebody is driving through the driveway through that building, that's where you would have issues with headlights hitting the neighboring building and not in the center. It's probably just a car trying to park on the two lane versus really disturbing the neighbors. The landscape at front, it felt like it was a small, very minor attempt, and somehow it didn't, for me, from design concept wise, it was like nothing that I would have felt excited about. I'm not sure why, but It definitely is great on the plan, but it feels like on the rendering, people from outside would probably not come into your property to walk that path and reach that pergola, because it probably is not something that you would do naturally, I would think. Because to me, it would still be part of that property versus somebody from outside. So I don't know, somehow the landscape is not gelling for me in this design. Something feels like it's missing something here. I thought when I saw that maybe you're looking to connect the retail and the landscape, but it looks like you have the optometrist kind of locked in that corner. So obviously that's not the connection that we are seeing between the building and that landscape elements. So it's just kind of my design observations, but it looks like it's great work in progress from the last time.
I have a couple of comments too.
Please.
I think the approach of enhancing this front of the and by the way, I'm just going to try to keep my comments really big picture. I think we delved into a lot more details last time around, but one of the things that we talked was how to make sure that not only the commercial spaces that needed to be enhanced, connected to Pond Street, but how to make that whole phase of the project really yield to the district and the objectives of the district. And I think, like Deepa said, I agree. It's making good progress. I like the idea that is finally reaching out from its own site to try to connect the business next door, the Potts business, and maybe the residential neighbor on the opposite side, and maybe become sort of a bridge. I think reaching out to and connecting through landscape is the right call. I have a question that came from last time around. All these parking spaces that are on the front of the facing Pond Street. One of my concerns last time around is to really make sure that the face of the project was really of a commercial nature. I think I mentioned that I thought those parking spaces should be devoted to the retail and visitors and not for residents. Can you confirm where that landed?
Sure. Right now we have not assigned any spaces. We're trying to, hold a certain amount of commercial on the south side for that unit. So we'll have to have probably some dedicated parking for that commercial use, maybe signage. There'll definitely need to be a handicap or two over there when we get into our more final plans to access that commercial space. Same thing with the spots out front. We don't really see the residents entering the front of the building. There won't even be there'll be the one entrance on the north side, but there actually may be a more prominent entrance on the true north side of the lobby of the residential area. So when we get into our more detailed design, we're going to put restrictions on what is commercial space and what is residential space, so that these spaces out front can remain for the commercial. That would be the intent.
Okay, so that would be, I think, the appropriate direction in my view. But that leads me to the other point that I made last time around, and I'm still concerned about it. I think this is evolving in the right direction. I agree with Deepa that it would be great to cross-link these open space that's being created here more directly with the building and with the commercial spaces, as opposed to make it its own like island. I think engaging Pond Street is the right way to go. My concern that relates to parking is also the amount of units, and I said it last time, and I'll say it again. I think that I'm concerned about the unit mix and the amount of units. I understand the benefit in terms of what's being proposed for affordable housing, but I think the amount of parking spaces and the type of unit mix seems to me that may create I'm more of a transient community, and I'm concerned about not seeing a place for loading and unloading when a lot of people would be moving in and out. So that remains a concern in my view.
Oh, sorry, did you want to comment on that?
No, I just kind of punching above my weight here on any suggestions on the cross-link idea. We kind of, as a team, debated this back and forth Matt had some ideas on more of a boulevard type setup with more of a parallel parking, but it meant less open space out front and more green space against the building. And I'd like to hear thoughts. You guys are way more professional than I am on this cross-linking idea and how we bring this park into play a little bit more out front. If you had any direct suggestions, I'd love them.
Yeah, Tricia, go ahead.
I just want to say, I think before we go down that road, I think it's important to focus on Marcelo's comments as well about this underlying mix of commercial versus residential. You know, when we go back, we keep going back to what this zone, what the bylaw is of this zone, what the intent was through the Cecil report, and both the bylaws and the Cecil report definitely allow residential. It's not that residential is outlawed at all. Both of those things call for density, and they call for that residential can be a part of projects. But that bylaw of the overlay district is also looking for a vitality, economic development, providing employment and services as really the primary thing that is supposed to be developing along this corridor. So, you know, I went back just trying to understand the scale of this project better. I went back and kind of looked at the math, you know, a little bit. So, and correct me, jump in if I'm wrong on this, but the lot area of this this parcel is over 180,000 square feet. So if this project followed the commercial highway zoning, of which it is a part, that's the underlying zoning, which it can follow. But underlying zoning also allows a mix of commercial and residential on the same lot. But following the underlying zoning, it allows 5 residential units per acre. So if we have 180,000 square feet, we have a little over 4 acres. That's 20 to 21 residential units following the underlying zoning of a mix of commercial and residential space on this lot. All right, the 21 residential units. So, you know, then if we look just at the Pond Street overlay district zoning, which allows a residential unit for each 2,000 square feet, right? And that's if you know, if you're doing it under the overlay district. And that gets you to 90 units with 1 unit per 2,000 square feet, which is already 4 to 5 times as dense as the underlying zoning. But this project is looking for 120 units, which is 6 times the underlying zoning. And I get it, this overlay district is looking for density, right? It's allowing that, it's encouraging it. We're looking for density, we're looking to develop the street into something else. But I think the reward, both of those situations, commercial plus residential, one has commercial space, I think you said 6,800 square feet and 120 units. And the other one would have an unknown amount of commercial space and 21 units max on this lot. And so when we look at the differences, the huge differences in those numbers, and we look at the intent of this zoning in this area, my question is, what are we getting for all we're giving up? Are we getting vitality besides just a lot of people living there? Are we getting an economic base? Are we getting a destination? You know, is this what really decades of looking at Pond Street in what it might be for the town of Ashland. Is this really what the residents, is this what the town had in mind? And I keep getting stuck there. I keep getting really stuck there. Because we can do commercial plus residential without doing the overlay district and without the additional density. So I'm not really sure. I'm trying to get there that this is what Ashland is looking for. I'm not finding it. So I appreciate the little tweaks that happened with the project, but in some cases, the things that were repeated multiple times, actually, I mean, we only had 2 meetings, but weren't considered at all. For instance, that back, that back courtyard, which doesn't get any southern sun. I've mentioned it, this is the 3rd time now, but it's still the same. And the symmetry of the building is still basically the same. So there seems to be, in my mind, a really limited amount of flexibility in really looking at this parcel and really working with Ashland to use this big empty parcel that's right on the border of Ashland for something, I don't know, something special. I'm still waiting for the something special, for the huge gift that I think the overlay district would be giving, that the special permit gives. A huge, it's giving, that would be giving 100 units. And what's it giving back? That's what I'm wondering.
I can't answer, obviously, what the minds were when the overlay was established, and I do understand that it is a huge gift, but it's also a huge reward. There's a reason why so much energy was put into the Cecil report. There's a reason why the last 15 years there's been no projects permitted except maybe one under the Pond Street overlay, a very small one. So a lot of effort, obviously I can see a lot of effort was put into the rezoning to try to create something in this area, to try to bring forward. The Cecil report multiple times makes suggestions like eliminate the need for commercial, eliminate the need for affordable, if you want to see development. So we can all read the Cecil report and pull a lot of things out. And I'm not going to speak for what those who voted on this in 2009, I believe, were looking for, but I think they were looking for something. They were looking for action. They were looking for change. They were looking for upgrade. They were looking for revitalization. And now it's 2022. We've had an incredible economy since 2010, and there's been nothing developed under the Pond Street overlay district. So we're here. Obviously, there's a economy of scale. There's a economic problem. There's no sense doing 20 units. It just doesn't work. It'll never get built. There is somewhat of a commercial need. There isn't a huge commercial need. We're definitely going to lose money on the commercial need, but we think we can entice the commercial need, the commercial residents, the commercial uses, by bringing some vitality to the area. So I think if we truly, you can look at the Cecil report and the overlay district from any direction, but I like to look at it from the direction that they wanted something done when they voted that. They wanted something done. Well, now it's 14 years later. Let's try to get something done. We're in the right economy to get it done. And let's try to get the project to where it is acceptable, which is why we propose the 25% affordable, because we understand that's a need. We understand the unit sizing is a need based upon the housing and production plan. So I would argue that this is exactly what the zoning called for, and this is exactly what the Cecil report called for. That may be counterintuitive, and I may be looking at it with rose-colored glasses, but when I read the report, this project clicks every button. So it might be a matter of opinion. It might be a matter of where you're coming from. Obviously, it's a special permit. It's very discretionary with your board. I appreciate that. So we're trying to come up with something that works for everyone. But 20 units doesn't work. 90 units might work, but they would be for sale, which we're back to a 10% affordable, and now you'd be for sale again, which is not what the housing production plan wanted to see. They wanted to see rentals. So that's my case. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm going to say that I'm looking at it from one direction, you're looking at it from another. And if it's not acceptable, I understand, and we can pack our toys and go home. I understand that. But when I read the Cecil report and when I read the Pond Street overlay, we click every single button in the requirement.
I mean, I would not disagree with you that the things you said about the CESA report, they're in there. You know, I reviewed it today. And, but I think the overall desire for what the corridor is supposed to become, I think that's still the missing component, because I don't think the corridor is supposed to be just about adding people. And I think right now this is mostly about adding people instead of really thinking outside the box about how this community could be built. Is that all Ashland has to offer is a place for more people? Or can we be something else? Can we create ourselves? We can be something else. So I understand you may be a development company that really focuses on housing, and that's fine. We need housing. We need housing in Ashland, right? I'm just not. I'm not sure about this. Are there any other comments, questions from the board?
What I would say, Tricia, just to jump on the density thing, is even to start from the 90 and then get up to 120. When you read the overlay district, the only thing that really gives any solid number for how to increase your dwelling count is for the common land. And I have it up here. It says the developer is encouraged to have open common land for use by the general public, but that the SPGA may permit a density bonus of 1 dwelling per 2,000 square feet of common open land, provided the area of common open land shall equal at least 10% of the total parcel area. So you're just at that 10% now, which I think you said was 18,000 square feet, which would get you 9 units. And I think that, you know, you may need to account for setbacks even to get to there. So just, you know, even then you go from 99 to 120. And I know that the affordability is a thing that's useful to the town, but it's actually not something we are in an immediate need for.
I appreciate you jumping in with the math there, Kevin. So.
And Tricia, just to listen to what you said and what Kevin just said, it seems to me that definitely, that's why I pointed it out last time around. It seemed to me like the density as proposed right now seems too heavy in my view, and 25% more than what it otherwise would be. And I understand that all same goes with an increase in affordable housing, which is, but the objective of this project, I don't think, is just to get as much affordable housing as we can. I hope we get plenty, but that's not the main objective. I would say that there's definitely some place in the middle where these would make sense, and that would help ameliorate some of the other constraints that we've heard from neighbors and what have you. The only thing I would add to what you both said is that the district, the description of the purpose of the overlay district on paper is on paper and black and white for a reason, and it needs the judgment of evaluating each parcel. I think that Ashland should recognize that this parcel is kind of unique on that whole corridor. It's surrounded by neighbors of residential nature on all sides, and I would be concerned if I were the neighbor on the back of this project I've heard these letters that we've heard and of people concerned that maybe this should be a different type of use, not residential. But if some of the neighbors are already concerned of residential uses, a four-story building looking across the trees to their property, I would be a lot more concerned about a five-story curtain wall lab building that is dark at night looking into my property. So there's something to say about the uniqueness of the site that is, it kind of wants to, yes, start the district, but it cannot become everything that the district is shown on paper, in my view. There's got to be a room for starting the district with a contextual approach to what's there. Otherwise, we have a quilt of uses that don't really connect. And connection, I think, is just as important as everything else. That's all.
So Marcelo, are you, just to clarify, you're talking about this to pay careful attention to the scale of the building, but also to acknowledge that most of what is around this building is residential, and that's part of the fabric that you're working into, so that everything in the overlay district doesn't have to check all the boxes. Is that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that this parcel is landlocked within residential use and trying to, and with a heavy commercial shopping mall on the opposite side, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying that in my opinion, I think we need to evaluate that part of it when we try to ascertain what's appropriate, right? What the district wants. And I think everything that the district really wants cannot happen in this particular site for what I just said. But I am concerned about the density. Like I said, I am concerned of what the density produces in terms of the excessive parking areas and loading and unloading. I think there's got to be some type of a midpoint. I don't think it's 120 units. I don't know what the number is. But.
Just Peter, I don't know if this is just to kind of talk about this, but applying the common open space, I don't know, Ben, if you want to talk about that at all regarding the density bonus.
Say that again, please, Peter.
Do you have any thoughts about the section concerning the open space land and the density bonus?
Quite honestly, we didn't really approach we looked at in the density bonus under the increased affordable. That's always been our approach. It's the 10% open space minimum seemed like an appropriate amount of open space, no matter what the project was. So we were trying to get to that threshold, not for the density bonus that it may or may not achieve. I mean, I guess it could, but we always looked at it as at 120 units, 120 units count towards the town's housing production plan. So that was, from my experience in 40B in the last 20 years, was a win, a huge win, versus 110 with the density with a 25,000 square foot open space park or some combination thereof, and going back to 10% affordable. Obviously, 10% affordable means the units are worth more. There's a different equation, and we could do that, and we could look at reducing the units if the value of the 120 units, all counting on, that's 2% of your housing production plan. And if that, in my past experience with communities, is a huge value, for the sake of an extra 10 or 15 units, it's a huge value. I can't reduce units, keep 25% affordable. It just doesn't work anymore. So if the board feels that that's not a critical issue, that's not something we want to give density bonus for, and I have to respect that. and I have to say, this is the board's opinion that we're not going to give density bonuses for affordability. But unfortunately, as you know, once you step off the 25% affordable threshold, you lose the all-in of the project. So if we go to 110 units at 10% affordable, now you get to count 11. So you go from 120 units to 11 for the sake of counting on the lot. And maybe that's not important. And I understand, that's up to the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the thing that we're discussing in, in Ashland in general, not in any specific group, maybe except for the housing production plan group, is kind of the question between real affordable units, that actually provide affordable housing for people who need it, and affordable units that are in name only affordable units, and what the value is to the town. We realize that there's always then some risk. So, and I think that's an ongoing, discussion between those two things. I think it'd be wrong to say that it's a direction or decision is unanimous or has been reached, with that. So, I guess for me, I'm wondering, like, I feel like I keep seeing this scheme, same footprint anyway, or very similar footprint. And I'm wondering, what else? Is there a different option? Do we have something to choose between, or is it just kind of the shifting around of the green space a little bit, as far as really looking at, the right massing for the design. So I just keep getting stuck there. I'm not saying the effort hasn't been there, that it isn't getting better, but it never seems to get closer to me to what the overlay district is asking for, or was intended to be, or had hopes of. So, and that's why I keep getting stuck.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
Not to be too forthright, but at 120 units and 6,800 square feet of commercial, is there any configuration that you feel would meet that?
Well, I mean, those are big numbers. And
no,
so,
I know. And I just don't want to bang my head against the wall. So if you think,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of units. So, to me, the bigger the gift, the bigger exchange should be back. The special permit is a gift. And so it's like, what's the gift back is always kind of what I'm looking for. That's just me. I'm not speaking for the planning board. And when I think about it, it's like the gift for the town, that benefits not just the people living in this building, or even just the people, even in people in the immediate area, but all of us, every resident. This building is going to be there for, sustainability speaking, hopefully a really, really long time. And so we really hope it's the best thing to go on this site. So. But if there's no other comments for the planning board, or from the planning board, I mean, our meetings tend to unfortunately go exhaustingly long. So it would be good, I think, at this point to open it up to public comments. Maybe we can not be, well, maybe we'll need to share the screen at some point, but maybe we can take it off for now so that we can see hands. And I am going to put some qualifications on that if Peter, and I think Emma is here as well, can, I don't know how, maybe we won't have an exhausting line, but we'll have comments from the public for 2 minutes per speaker, and 1 time to the mic, unless we have a very short line. So Peter, I'll hand that off to you to manage.
Sure. So the one person with their hand up is Mr. Mark DeStoni. Mr. Mark DeStoni, please unmute yourself.
Hey, thank you. Good evening. Very fruitful discussion. And I just want to go back in the history about the overlay district itself, why it was put forward, and understand it be there, because at the time 2006. We wanted to make Ashland not just a bedroom town, but a variety of mixed use, business, commercial, whatever we can get down 126, which was designed for a time, the highway district. And that's what the Cedar group came up with. The Cedar group came up with the idea of getting more business mixed use with the commercial, professional, to hold on for the variety of the citizens growing column 126 there, Spyglass and Mountain View and all that was all there before, is what to put in so they can attract the citizens instead of going out to Framingham, Natick, Route 9, whatever, have them stay here and grow the economy here. That's why the Cecil group came up with the ideas to work for the town itself, and hopefully expand and get mixed use and get the highway district to grow from there. And took 14 years, and this project here, I'm just looking at the commercial and the professional that's there. We said the professional was the optometrist, but I'm also looking out for any sort of medical sort of things for these elderly citizens who don't have to go out of town. They can stay in town, use the bus routes to get to an Ashland place instead of Route 9, Route 30, and all that, and then Framingham and stuff like that. But that's what I'm looking at for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The next one with their hand up is Joel Beitman. Please step forward and unmute yourself.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear, Rod.
Loud and clear, sounds good. Okay, I'm going to go as quickly as I can here. I've got a prepared statement, but I want to do just comment on the Cecil report that was referred to by the applicant. That report is something like 15 years old. The applicant used it as evidence that we have pretty much failed miserably to be able to attract commercial development along the corridor. That's the whole point of the $20 million+ project that's being done to revitalize the economy and the economic vitality of Route 126 that the state is doing. This is what the Route 126 redevelopment project is. So looking historically is kind of irrelevant right now. The reason we invested all that money, and the state did, was to revitalize the corridor with commercial growth. I'm not going to comment at all in my remarks on the density. I want to keep my focus on the importance, and I want to associate myself with many of the remarks Ms. Kendall made about the importance of this particular location for commercial. Is it viable? That's to be determined. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, maybe it will be more so after the 126 project. So here's my statement. I've taken the time to review the statements that Trask made at the previous hearings and also the written narrative they submitted about their proposal. In their letter to the town, Trask argued that our zoning code is not, and they use the exact word in quotes, prescriptive as to the mix of commercial and residential. Just because the zoning code does not provide a specific ratio does not mean that anything goes. While it's true that Ashland's code for the overlay district does not provide an explicit ratio, the intent of the bylaw is highly prescriptive, and its intent couldn't be clearer. We are looking to broaden Ashland's commercial base while simultaneously adding housing and affordable housing. Trask's project is far too heavily weighted to residential. Section 1 of the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District, entitled Purpose, states the following, and please note that the requirements listed under purpose are joined by the word and not by the word or. This means that the requirements of all clauses, not just one or more, must be met. The purpose of establishing the Pond Street Mixed-Use Overlay District zoning bylaw is to promote 1, economic development, 2, encourage more efficient use of infrastructure, 3, add vitality to the corridor, and 4, provide better access to employment opportunities and services by allowing high density mixed residential and commercial uses within the same building. Tresk's project falls far short of meeting these requirements, even considering their token expansion of commercial space since their original proposal. Can anyone credibly argue that a sub-market rate lease for a tiny percentage of the total occupied space is going to, and I quote, promote economic development? Trask stated at the first hearing that they do not believe developing commercial at this site is commercially viable.
Excuse me, Joel, you're well over 2 minutes. So.
But I hate to see the applicant have unlimited time and a resident not be able to complete a statement. You.
Since there's no other hands that I see raised, you can continue, Joel, but please keep it limited. If I see another hand, then if you could just keep it limited. We understand that you sent a letter on this and it was received.
Right, this is not, right, and this is not the letter. I want to be clear on that. This is additional information. I'm going to leave out huge chunks of my statement to be as time sensitive as I can be.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Let me just get back to where I was. How can this project promote economic development when Trask's own assertion is that commercial development is not economically viable at this property's location? Another clause in the bylaws purpose section states that projects along the corridor need to, and I quote, add vitality to the corridor. I'm going to skip this section. Trask has talked about having a lot more residences to help the Shaw's Plaza be more vital. And I just want to point out that if you add up the surrounding towns, you've got some 57,000 potential residents, within the Shaw's general area, and it's failing. Market Basket, which has far fewer walking distance residences, is thriving. So it's not the unavailability of customers. I'm skipping the whole rest of that. Okay. Another stated purpose, and this is a required purpose, just because it's joined together with an and, is to provide better access to employment opportunities and services. Let's be honest, in Trask's letter to the town and in the first hearing as well, the applicant did not make any reference to this requirement. There's no mention of adding employment here.
Since we have a line now, Joel, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, let me just write my closing paragraph then. How's that? The board has flexibility here with regard to density, setback, and other features of the building. Applicants, however, should be absolutely required to meet the primary objective of the district, which is to invigorate the commercial environment along Route 126. The Trask project as submitted does not come anywhere close to meeting the zoning code's requirement. For this reason and those stated above, the planning board should honor the zoning code voted in by the residents of Ashland by rejecting Trask's special permit application for 501 Pond Street. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick note before we go to take more speakers, is that there's, as I think Marcelo mentioned, there's things are open to, there's a big space of interpretation. And unless we went around interviewing every Ashland resident of what commercial and what residential proportions there should be, we don't really know what the citizens of Ashland want. And that's why I think it's important for all those people listening out there to get your hand in the air so that we understand, the 5 people on the board can understand what you're thinking. So that's all. Looks like Kate is next, but I'll let Peter control that.
Excuse me. Yes, Kate Jerzik, you are up next.
Thank you. Catherine Jerzik, 11 Rodman Road. I just want to keep it brief because I think the planning board chair would be pretty much specifically expressing my concerns, and we do agree there's some flexibility, but I don't think that project really in any way meets sort of the intent, the specifics, echoing what Joel said, nor the intent. And I think a couple more just quick points is that we somehow, many people seem to be confusing retail as commercial. That is a part of commercial, but there's lots of other commercial. And so none of those have been explored. And it isn't our job as the planning board or residents to see, it's the trust to say, I can make money doing this. It's our job to say that doesn't meet the mark. And one more thing is that I think kind of in all this that we might want to be considering, it says adequate of services. And I know the original application was doing sewer work. I think there was some confusion whether that's for this project or it was an offset donation. I don't know, but I would like to make sure that we do understand if this does have adequate utilities. And so the town is not acquiring costs for this. And I think this project, if it stays anywhere near that density, needs to be calculated the cost of town services compared to what the taxes are. We have a calculator. The town does have that calculator, and I know it's a little bit moving target how you set it up, but I would like to see that evaluated as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next up would be Beth Reynolds, Economic Development Coordinator, Town of Ashland.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I am the Economic Development Director for the Town of Ashland. I have, had multiple conversations with Ben and Matt about this project and what it means to Ashland. And I think that I will keep it brief. I just think that some of the points that we have to realize is, yes, it's on 126, but we have to look at the location that it's at 126. It's not in the middle of 126. It's at the very beginning. It's what you see when you drive into Ashland and you say, wow, I'm in Ashland. And you have to look at the neighbors on either side. And I think that Ben and Matt and the team, the Trask team, have really taken that into consideration. I think it's a nice link. Honestly, I have been at Residence at Valley Farm multiple times in the last few weeks. And to have an option for those residents to be able to walk there and sit and be, I think, is a really nice asset to that side of the town. I personally have worked this will be our 5th year at the corner spot, and activating public space like that it's vital to a corridor like 126. I've been looking for ways to bring what we do downtown to 126, and there is no location for that. This would actually provide a space to bring people together, to bring that neighborhood that everyone calls 126 neighborhood, that'll bring them together in order to just kind of become a more vital area. And I think it will help the businesses in the area. To say that this is not economic development I would never say that. This is a great project, I think, that supports businesses, that would activate that space, that would encourage other people to be in that space, to visit all of the neighboring businesses. I really do think that this is an amenity, and I think that they have worked hard to compromise and bring a project that I believe will stimulate that area in 126. And I do think that you need to look at the location on the corridor, being that it is the gateway. And I think that green space is a nice gateway into that area. So I guess that's all I have to say tonight.
I have a question for Beth, actually, just to clarify. So I think, tell me if I'm wrong, we're saying that its location on that end, away from the other businesses, the anchor that it becomes is more of a residential anchor, and that it's harder to maintain it as a business anchor. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, if you were to put all commercial there, I just don't feel like that would be a successful location for that. If you're to put all commercial in the middle of 126, like across from in the Dunkin' Donuts area of 126, that would be different. But you are really like, that is the gateway. You are just going from Holliston through Ashland at that point. It's not really, you need a destination commercial space there. So I agree with Mark Disoni. You do need a medical use there. That would be great there. That would be very successful. It has to be a destination. I just don't think, I think that there is ways to encourage people to walk there. So there is opportunity there. There are lots of residents on Spyglass and behind in the condos behind to utilize that area. So to create something there for people to go to is wonderful. And it will only help those businesses that go into that commercial space.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify a clarification on that.
Excuse me, I have to unmute myself. Thank you, Beth. Next up is Paula Parker.
Hi, everybody. Paula Parker. And for those of you who don't know, I served as chair of the Pond Street Project Working Group from 2013 to 2020. This road has been hard fought, and there's been a lot of reference to the Cecil report, which I appreciate. And yes, it's accurate. I think that a piece of that has been missing because there were several design charrettes, I think 4 to be exact, where residents packed those charrettes, 200 people, 150 people. And the Cecil group, Steve Cecil, who I know very well, and his team listened to what the residents wanted for this corridor. Because for about 20 years, we were told no developer would come here because the road was a dump. So we worked really hard to get this project to come forward, to develop a vision for this corridor that was unlike any other road, that would be unique to Ashland. And we could brand this corridor as a destination to give people reasons to come to Ashland. So while I support residential development, I think we're missing a big piece of it, because a piece of the Cecil report contains the FMX study, which investigated the retail leakage gaps along the corridor, because the density can sustain the services that the residents need. And I think we're also forgetting about that piece of it as well. And I think that the vision for the corridor, I think in some respects we're missing the overall vision for what the residents wanted for this corridor, based upon their feedback from the design charrettes that I personally sat through with the team of individuals that were also participated in this process, this 2 decades long process. So I would just like to sort of bring that aspect of it up in terms of quote, what the residents want. And we pitched this project to the Metropolitan Planning Organization as an economic engine, as a regional project, not just for Ashland, but for the surrounding communities. So there were 3 prongs: economic development, safety for the residents, and aesthetics. And I'm wondering if our overall vision for this corridor is hitting the mark, or is it just, oh, now we have a beautiful $21 million road with elaborate lighting and safety lighting and sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that has been needed. And we're going to build out this road to look like any other road in the United States. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And since I don't see anyone else getting in line, we'll have Margie be our last speaker.
Yes, thank you, Paula. Margie Gressel, could you please step forward and unmute yourself?
Yes, Margie Gassell, 8 Adams Road. I'm wondering if it would be possible to show on the drawings where the open spaces that residents and other members of the public could come to, as Beth suggested.
I think those are the ones they presented in the presentation, Marjorie. Did you want to bring them back up on screen?
If you don't mind.
1 second here. Can everyone see the plan again?
Yes.
Marjorie, the open space that we've been talking about is right here along Pond Street. I don't know if you can see my cursor kind of
I can see your cursor. What's the size of that area?
Bart, do you know what the size of this? I think we said the size of this
Roughly.
whole space is 18,000 square feet.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think if there's any other comments about the planning board, and I don't know if the applicant has enough to kind of go back to the drawing board and understand where you can hear the different points of view, and how do you find, I don't think we're at that middle ground yet of what the economics say from a developer's point of view and what the town is looking for, I guess. I think it's still stuck in between those things. And it seems like there needs to be more of a middle somewhere. Is it possible to look for it? I guess is my question. Or is this just it? It's this amount of units, this amount of square footage, and nothing else will work.
A minor reduction in units will work, but the affordability will have to go back to 10%. So and if that's something, we'll explore it. If that makes more sense, I'm looking for direction. So if you feel that the value of those affordable units is not the value I see, that I understand that, then we can present something with a lesser unit count, but it'll be at the 10% affordable. And we probably can expand the open space, reduce the parking, make adjustments around that. And if that's an exercise you'd like us to do, we're happy to do that. So,
yeah, I mean,
but we can't do a 90 or 100 unit project with 25% affordable. So if that's what we're going to end up at, please spare me the pain and tell me how.
Yeah, no, and I am one
withdraw.
person. I am one person, and I am not the town architect. So, but from the discussions that have been going on since the project was presented, and as much as the town, I think, is paying attention to affordable housing and knows that it's hard to provide, and that we want to provide it. I think we need to look at other options. I think that the voice from the town, from the residents, is saying that they would like to see some other options, that we can't put all our eggs always in this one basket when we're looking generations down the road of this building being here. That's my sense. I would love for other people to weigh in to tell me that that's what they're hearing as well, so that it's not just my ears that are repeating this.
I agree with you, Tricia. I would like, Peter, could you confirm, maybe there's something, I don't know, the 25% versus 10% affordability. Can you elaborate? Is there any specific regulation or something that Ashland is looking for specifically? Because I agree with Tricia, that can be the driver of how this parcel comes about.
So the main thing is, excuse me. Oh, can you hear me? So there's a lot. It's a long conversation. It's a deep. Affordable housing is a deep conversation whenever you open up to 10% versus 25%. Number one, currently right now, I can tell you the town of Ashland's SHI is about 8.6. That number is reflected upon the 2010 census data. When the 2020 census data is going to come out, and obviously it's not just going to affect Ashland's SHI, which is also known as our percentile. And this is all in relationship to Chapter 40B, the state mandated 10%. And just to back it up a little bit, every state under Chapter 40B is mandated to have 10% of their housing stock to be quote unquote affordable. When the 2020 numbers hit and census numbers are calculated, and that is the total amount of dwelling units in the town of Ashland, divided by the number of affordable housing units, certified at the state DHCD letter. Excuse me, at the state, by the DHCD. I believe I put a memo for the planning board together a couple of months ago, but that number is going to drop down into the 6%, 6 to 7% range. And so having 10%, being able to count all 120 units to these towns SHI is very important for the town. If the developer goes to a 10%, then theoretically he is just covering the amount, he is just offsetting the amount, the total number of units in his overall development per se. So if he goes to a 10%, he is offsetting the other units within his development, which is fair and equitable. And it's something that we're actually trying to work on with our inclusionary zoning bylaw, which we're going to get a little bit more into depth at the, in this coming month, because that's another project that the planning offices have been working on as a following up from our from a follow-up from our affordable housing plan. With that said, what Mr. Trask Development is proposing is to have 25% of the units considered affordable. When you start digging into Chapter 40B regulations, if a developer proposes 25% of the total number of units as affordable in a rental development, then the town of Ashland can add or the total number of units to the town shared housing inventory. So therefore we could add 120 units. In doing so, Mr. Stevens touched on it. We do increase our SHI number by 2%. That also elevates us into what's called safe harbor. Right now, the town of Ashland is in safe harbor due to the 40B that was approved this past summer. So it is important, no doubt. It's important for any 351 communities in the state.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I would say, and again, maybe each member of the board can please weigh in. I would say that a good next step would to be if we took out the 25% affordable, right? Then what other option what's plan B? What's not even plan B? If we can have two things to look at, what do we get? What are the benefits and the downfalls of each one? But right now we're only seeing one. So we can't, this is, usually, a massing study, just in massing to be able to look at these different options, right?
I agree with you, Tricia. I personally would like to see the alternative with fewer units so that we know what is the balance. And I think that alternative may be able to evaluate kind of a three-tier for this parcel. What is the big connection to Pond Street, the commercial part of it, a central part, which is kind of the project proper, and then the third part, the one that addresses the neighbors on the back. And maybe there's a balance that through this exercise can be demonstrated.
And I would say for myself that I don't think going through these exercises needs to be done to the level of what the project currently is. It's a massing study. It's back to architecture design school when you're doing your massing models, right? And which one works best after you work through a few design options. I think that's what we haven't seen, and that's what, because we're not being allowed to judge which of them works best.
Trisha, what I would say is somehow I did go back to look at the map when Beth mentioned that, and when you look at that big picture and zoom out and try to see what that 126 corridor is really doing, we are too micro focused on one land piece of area, right? But when you look at the big picture, all these designs we're talking about on the corridor, it's not talking about everything accumulating in one piece of land. So looking at where this property is really located, right across, you just have a residential area. And like Marcelo said, it's surrounded by residential area. And there's only so much justice one piece of land can do. And it feels like we really have to make sure, yes, massing studies help, and maybe we do want to look at another alternate to see whether it's really the right approach. But it feels like Beth mentioned, maybe this is not the location to try and get all your economic development in one piece of land, because that's not how it is. You have your Valley Farm next door, which is kind of breaking up a little bit from the commercial aspect of that corridor. And then you have a bunch of residential around it. So somehow the kind of property use, it doesn't feel like what Trask is proposing doesn't feel like too out of place. But I feel like maybe we should just revisit that, looking at the bigger picture versus trying to zoom into numbers and one property and lose track of what that corridor is really doing. And somehow I felt like I was convinced with what Beth mentioned earlier. We should look at it from the big picture.
So do you agree that we should look at it, not necessarily though with it maxed out at 120 units, or that we don't need to do that?
I'm not really convinced on kind of reducing it. Maybe that's what is kind of disturbing the design of seeing too many parking lots, too many parking spots. Maybe kind of looking at revisiting that number may help that from design point of view. But not really sure that we going down to 99 or by the books really makes sense for that. It feels like you need density on that location to balance what's going on around that property. So I'm not disturbed by that number, but again, that's just my view looking at the map here.
Yeah, and my question is, what's the goal of reducing the massing, right? What are we going to achieve by reducing it, say, from 120 to 99? What are we achieving there, right? Is it going to help achieve, oh, the traffic is going to become less in that area, or, but what are we trying to achieve is like, are we achieving anything by reducing the number of units?
Seems like me what it could achieve. I don't know if it would, but what it could achieve is a better relationship on the both extremes of the site. I think it could be lower as it connects with the neighbors, which is one concern that they have. And I think it could be a little more direct on how this open space works to what has been discussed. Maybe is a better, it's like the corner spot, but different. It could be, but that's I think what it could achieve potentially.
Yeah, but the number of units is not going to increase the open space that's already being proposed, right? Is that what we're asking for? That reduce the number of units and give us bigger, more open space?
I think that is kind of, well, what?
We ask, okay.
Yeah, well, what do we get
Okay,
if we give up units? What are some of these other concerns addressed? I think
Right.
is
Okay,
the,
okay.
like, what are we
Yeah.
trading, for?
Yeah, and I also I agree with like there's only so much that space can do now, because agreed that are surrounded by residential area, and if you move a couple of blocks, it's all commercial after that, right? Whether it be restaurants, there's already 2 grocery stores in that corridor. There's a gas station, there's a few restaurants, there's a car service area. So there's only so much that can be bought into this property, right? There's a for entertainment, you can't think about anything for entertainment because there's a golf course next door. So and everybody bought up the medical because that's the only thing that's lacking in that area. So that's why I think everybody's suggesting medical. But I agree, there's only so much that land can be used for to bring economic vitality that we've been using. But I agree, like that's why I wanted to find out what are we trying to achieve by reducing the number of units. Are we trying to meet some goal? But I agree with what Marcella was saying. So that's my point.
All right, Kevin, do you want to weigh in, or have you?
I mean, I just think the only thing that I'm hearing from the public in any way, and I know that people generally only speak up with their negative opinions, not their positive ones. So anyone who's listening with a positive opinion, we'd encourage you to, send us an email or whatever and let us know. But we're hearing a lot from the public that it's too big, it's ugly from the neighborhood behind them, seeing it over the trees. There's not enough open space. So if there is a way with reduced numbers or by putting the parking underground or doing something to change this look and not make it look like a giant apartment building, that's all I hear is we don't want another giant apartment building.
All right, so that was hearing from everyone on the board. So, and I think that gives, I'm hoping that gives you something to work with so that we can see some different options that the town is forced to make choices about what's important to us. And maybe right now we've only been given one choice, but we're hearing different voices. So I think it'd be nice to have some choice, I guess, to have something else to talk about. So I appreciate actually the input of everyone on the board. That was very helpful, just to hear your perspectives. All right, so on that note, we still have a long agenda.
Could I make just one quick comment if I could? We're happy to, work on something that's more along the lines of 100 units, but that'll be my mission for the next 2 weeks. But I think the board has to weigh in. You're going to go from 120 units of affordable housing to 10. That's 110 units less of affordable housing. I think, I was around during the Valente project time, and that was a lot of heartache for the folks who did that project and who managed to get that land purchased for the town. And 110 units, 120 units of affordable go a long way against another the Valentine project in the future. So we can do it at 100. It makes sense economically. That'll give you probably about 3,000 more square feet of open space because we'll lose about 20 parking spaces. So we'll go from 18 to maybe 21,000 square feet of open space. And we can do it if that's the pleasure of the board, and we can bring that back in a design, but you're losing 110 affordable units. So
I think we're aware of that.
Okay.
I think we're in safe harbor and we understand the consequences. And we also understand the difference between providing real affordable units and ones that are just affordable on paper, which is a difference too, and something we care about, that difference.
Understood.
So I think it's something that we need to see, and then we can decide the benefits and losses, based on that. All right. On that note, I will thank the applicant. I'm sure Peter will be in touch. And we will need to move on to the next item on our agenda.
We're just going to have to continue this with Ben. So Ben, do we have an understanding and agreement to continue this to the 17th?
Yeah, that's fine. And
okay.
We'll just do architectural, if you will, on the 17th.
No problem. Okay. I think that's a good thing. Thank you so much. Okay, let's roll to the next case.
All right, do you want to text Anna?
Yes, I will take care of that. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, item number 4, 311 Pleasant Street special permit and site plan review. This is the VFW building. And the solar array in the back. I think everyone received the new, the revised site plan and also Marcelo's comments on that are part of this project or related to the project. I think the last time we talked about it was, well, at least a month ago, and then we had intended to go on a site visit and weather interrupted that. But I think most of us went out there individually to look at the site. So, Nathan, did you have a new drawing that you were going to, a new plan that did you want to put up the new plan? The one that was sent out, or Peter, where are we with this?
So the last plan that was sent out, Tricia, was the revised plan that I believe had the date of February 14th on it. And I believe that is the plan that Marcelo sent comments about. Those comments obviously were circulated again to Mr. Nathan Collins, who's representing the application. So I think we could start with that plan and then obviously move forward as how, depending on how the conversation goes. So moving on from the revised plan, which I assume Mr. Collins will represent, I do believe that they added some screening trees, 22 in particular, on both the, like I say, east and west property, side property boundaries, to help screen the residential uses from the solar arrays and or canopies. So I think that's the plan that we can discuss and then kind of go from there.
Thank you, Peter. For the record, Nathan Collins, TLC Design. If I can have the ability to share my screen. So as Peter noted, our last presentation, there were a couple concerns brought up regarding visibility of these proposed canopies to the abutters and also potential visibility to what would be or what are plans for a trail along Ponderosa across the Sudbury River. In addition, there was some comments or concerns regarding and I may butcher this, but the Nyanza plume, which is located with the property across the street. That has been addressed working with conservation and DEP. We did confirm that this property is not located within that plume. It was also something that was brought up by conservation. I worked that out with the agent, and actually since our last meeting, conservation has approved this project as originally submitted. As Peter had noted, to try to address some of the board's concerns as it related to visibility and screening, the applicant CLC Design, working with the applicant, did propose the addition of screening on the southeast and kind of northwest portion where some of the existing evergreen vegetation is limited. That includes a total of 22, which is 13 on this property to provide screening for vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, and also the residential abutters. And an additional 9 trees on this area. Again, that would supplement some of the evergreen trees that are existing here today. This proposed layout did not modify the layout. It's still proposed as a 3 canopy system. Again, meets all setbacks in the zoning district and meets any environmental setbacks, if you will, as it relates to the Sudbury River. So I'll kind of end my presentation on that as it relates to this site. Certainly open up any questions that the board may have. Sorry, before I do that, I did confirm with the owner or with the applicant, sorry, that these structures in terms of the steel can be painted any color at really a minimal cost to the developer, whether it be black, green, bright yellow, just kidding, but any color to try to help kind of potentially mitigate the view concerns that the board may have.
I'd also like to, if at the board's discretion, I had made, Peter and I had walked the site back before even our scheduled, or maybe it was the day of our scheduled site visit, maybe the day before, I don't know. And one of the things I noted on the site plan, I was just wondering if the two back panels could be straightened out. Right now they go along with an old parking lot layout. And so I know, Mr. Collins, I know that you submitted a new drawing. It was not submitted. via our deadline. This one was, but if the board is okay with it, he made these changes between the time this one was submitted and today. So if the board is okay with it, he can show, I can let him show that one as well. Is everyone good with that? Okay.
Thank you. Again, as you noted, working with Peter, I had several conversations with Peter based on feedback that he received from several board members, just based on discussions, and then that supplemental email that we received on Monday. I went back with NextGrid just to kind of relay the concerns of the board. And they actually went back and looked at availability. As some of you may or may not know, solar technology is kind of ever changing. The original interconnection plan that was approved by Eversource, the layout was based on the use of 395 watt panels. In speaking with NextGrid, they're able to, at a slightly higher cost, but they were able to obtain 450 watt panels that are slightly larger, but similar in size, that it would fit within the footprint, or a slightly larger footprint of the proposed canopies originally submitted. So what I'll do is I have this plan, and this is actually more recent than the plan, Peter, that I shared with you. That's my screen slow. So this actually, we were able to reduce this rear canopy to one canopy, and we were actually able to reduce the size of that canopy based on what we originally submitted on, I think it was Monday afternoon or Tuesday, Peter, in discussion. So we shifted it so kind of the line of the panels is similar. So kind of as you come, there's less obstructed view to this back area here. And we were also able to move the panels further away, or the array, I should say, further away, almost 20 feet from what technically is the property line, or the center line of the Sudbury River. So now this is about 64 and a half feet, whereas the original proposal was, I think, a little over 48. So again, these dimensions change slightly, just going back and forth. This original design was 141 and a half by 37.65 and change. This new layout is 142.14. Again, a difference of approximately 3 feet, which is broken up on each end line, and 38.17 again versus 37.65. So really didn't increase much. And as you can see here, we went from these two separate arrays, very, very close. We were right on the 25-foot no disturb for conservation, and we were right up against the existing vegetation on the east side. This new array moves us much further off both kind of sidelines, and we were able to shift to keep, as you can see, the orientation, keep them parallel and the same for both arrays. Again, this layout works. It meets the approved wattage under the Eversource interconnection plan. So certainly a project the applicant would be, willing to move forward. I think it's certainly, with limiting it to 2 canopies, less earthwork, less footings, but achieves the same intent of the applicant.
I think just one other note that, and this is something I had looked up just recently, and it comes closer to, it comes very close to meeting these regulations. That this site is not in the solar overlay district. Obviously, it's in a residential district. Across the street is a solar overlay district, and within the regulations for that district, it requires a 50-foot setback from residential properties. right? So this layout looks to me like you could meet that with some very small moves. Because I would be hesitant to have a regulation that is true on the opposite side of the street for industrial properties next to a residential property, but not hold true to those smack dab in the middle of a residential district. So that would require a 50-foot setback. It's from residential property lines. It's also from the rear. In this case, the rear is a little obviously different, a different case.
I agree. I certainly think we could achieve, it's less than 4 feet that we would have to shift. I'd have to review this existing parking layout. I may have to talk to the applicant, but potentially just restriping this parking to achieve that. But same thing. I mean, we have the room to certainly get that to 50 feet. And in the back, the pitch point is at 64.5. So certainly shifting this the 3.46 feet would not impact the rear setback as well. So we would be able to maintain all those 50-foot setbacks.
So the one thing I'll say is I think this is a great project, and that was my reaction when this was presented. I had a blind sight, which is that I did not consider the Riverwalk or the importance of that characteristic of the neighborhood relative to the view from the Sudbury River. And I do appreciate the barriers of the trees towards the neighbors, but I am curious if that can also be done on the Sudbury River view, so that we can preserve that character of the neighborhood from that position. Since that is an element of this site, there's a natural element here as well towards the Sudbury River that has to be preserved.
We could certainly explore. There is existing vegetation at the top of this bank along this property line. There's a small opening here, which, if needed, we could certainly supplement. It may be hard to see, but as you can see, that there's vegetation all along that top of bank line. I would say if there's any area that could potentially see some additional screening, it would be there's a slight bare spot. You may be able to see it better if I use Google Earth.
If there's a way to do it, I think that would be great. I thought hard about, what do we see now from the Riverwalk versus what could we see if there was this solar paneling there. I do think visually it's a much harsher, much more industrial look, which, as I said at the first hearing we had, I can see that kind of making logical sense from a highway or from a road where you're driving, where industrial view makes sense. But if you're on that Riverwalk, I don't think visually it's expected to be seen. I think it's a much more harsh visual impact from the Riverwalk as to what is expected to be seen there, which is nature. I thought about it because obviously when cars park there for events, those are also visible. But from what I can see kind of driving by and looking at the site, it tends to be filled more towards the evening or certain events that are not as typical for that site. So the parking lot is empty quite a bit, and there is more of that natural view from the Riverwalk or from the water. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'd love to see more of that barrier of trees so that the view of nature is preserved.
That's noted. I certainly talked with the applicant. So Peter, just to confirm that the Riverwalk or the intended or potential Riverwalk is along Ponderosa Road, this kind of area?
Correct.
Is that
The
accurate?
river, yeah, that would be accurate. I think the the Riverwalk currently right now, kind of, it comes out down here. If you can zoom out at the Sherald M Animal Center
Right here.
Control Facility. Yep, that's where it kind of comes out. And then it obviously jumps onto Ponderosa Road. And then Ponderosa Road is, Ponderosa Road. But there's no sidewalk yet. However, I think it's the intention of the town to connect, all the way back up to Marathon Park, which is the start of the first few Boston marathons. And then, so I think, yes, that would be the intentions of the town. And just for a quick question, is your goal to see vegetation in the rear along the bank of the Sudbury River, or just at the rear of the solar array where Mr. Collins had his mouse back and forth?
I mean, I think it would make sense to do it as close to the solar array as possible, within the limits. I know there's a do not disturb zone right there. I don't know what Concom would think about it. I know that Concom probably doesn't want to go in there and remove things. I don't know how they would feel if things were planted there. I don't know if that was asked. I would assume that adding vegetation is less problematic than removing vegetation. So it's hard for me to kind of tell you, where the tree should go, but I think that as much cover that you can give to the panels, the better it is to preserve the view from the Riverwalk. And that happens to be the view from the river as well, from on an angle, right? So I would think the closer you can get to the panels, the better. But again, I don't know what Concom would think if you're adding trees to that little do not disturb area.
I think the do not disturb area is beyond the green line, so that there's a space in between the dashed line and the green line, because the dashed line is just the silt fence. It's a temporary fence that's put up during construction to prevent things from going into the Sudbury River, and then it's removed. So so especially, I would think if it was the type of vegetation that's typically found along these type of wetlands, that you're reestablishing wetlands versus trying to plant, banana tree, in that area, that I would think that would make sense.
I mean, is that a part that where that line is, the fence?
This fence, this bold dashed line represents the anticipated limits of silt fence.
Is there a way to add some screening there?
Well, I know this right now is kind of the VFW's open space area. There's some horseshoe pits in here, and it's where they have kind of outdoor activities. My suggestion would be to have it closer to kind of right at the top of the bank. If again, we'd have to get permission from conservation. I really don't want to. They did not request any additional vegetation, and they haven't seen this proposed vegetation. So whatever final vegetation plan is done, certainly I would have to talk with them and just get kind of an amended order, just confirmation that they're okay with us putting it there.
Have you had? I'm sorry, the nine down there. Have they had a peek at that yet?
They have not. No.
Okay. I mean, if you're open to it, I think it'd be helpful to hear their thoughts on adding some to the area you were just suggesting. That would certainly make me more comfortable as far as preserving the plan for the Riverwalk. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know where the rest of the board is at, but like I said, I really like this project. I want to promote solar as much as possible. But I also want to preserve the expected visual quality of that particular side that's meant to be in nature. nature walk, right?
I would also wonder if there's any, if the lines of the parking are going to be repainted, is there any, which I think is a short money, right? Versus these permanent structures. I'm also wondering, if it's possible to pull the solar arrays closer to the building and get them further and further away from the river. There was one suggestion to remove could the smaller array be removed entirely? Is the larger array enough? I don't know what the.
Yeah, I can speak to that. It's the project becomes economic, based on the wattage that you can get versus, the cost to construct. We explored a single array system with even larger panels. As you start getting more efficient, if you will, the panels become much larger. So that canopy would just kind of increase in size. And it just wasn't something that I thought would be appealing to the board, because the back side of it, as they're on a slant, just gets higher and higher as you add rows, if that makes sense. We looked at it both at a 7% and 5% tilt to see if we can get something there. Now, I mean, we could certainly potentially move this one a little closer to the building, but I don't think that addresses your concerns. And again, I know there was discussion in the initial presentation back in January about if any solar panels were explored on the roof. I did confirm with NextGrid that they did a structural analysis of that roof, and it just wasn't based on the structural integrity of the roof and also the orientation of the roof. It just wasn't feasible for solar panels.
And just looking at it, I'd be surprised if you can really bring it closer to the building. If they've done solar studies, there must be some shadow from the building falling onto that panel. So looks like they're just about right missing that shadow from the building. So I'm guessing that location, in addition to the fact that you have parking lots at that location, it's also the distance from the building where the shadows would just miss your panels.
Yeah, can I just add in? I know about a conversation with the fire department as well. In the circumstances, you still need to get a ladder truck around the building, and so you don't want to move them too close to the building because you don't want to mess with the fire department's access to the building.
Right. Okay.
Tricia, since I was the one who sent the original comments, I would just add one thing just for clarity. I think the effort that has been made here to clarify, rectify the arrays and move them over, it's commendable. But I will say this doesn't change the way I view this, and I guess I view it a little differently. And I know, I mean, I am in favor of renewable energy as much as the next guy. I've done projects myself throughout my career with a lot of these, so I have a good understanding of how it works. But there is a certain obsession in our culture that everything has to be plastered with aluminum and glass panels just to produce more energy, and I just don't share that approach. I think it's important, but there's very few communities, I think, that can say that have a river going through their downtown. There is something about the respect for this natural environment that is supersedes, in my view, the need to produce energy with another 10 or 15 panels. I thought that if the roof, the face of the high portion of the roof would allow, it has a perfect orientation and angle, but if it's structurally unfeasible, I understand that. I just don't. I see the large canopy as kind of a member of the family of the building closer to it. I think that makes sense. I think putting some vegetation around to protect the neighbors makes sense. I just don't, I don't think that bringing one of these type of structures so close to the river, it's worth it. I think the entire community of Ashland, once these paths are developed, will be able to enjoy this unique natural feature we have. And I cannot support having the back canopy so close to the river. And I'm sorry to have to be the negative voice on this, but I cannot change the way I see it based on this plan.
Any other comments from the rest of the board?
Marcel, could you just clarify? I find your comment interesting. If you only had the larger panel closer to the building and not the front one, that would be, I guess, can you clarify what you mean? Is it the front, that closer panel that's kind of?
No, what I meant is that there's two canopies, a large one and a small one in this plan.
Yep.
What I said is that the large canopy in the middle of a parking lot close to a building, there's a relationship that makes sense to me. The small canopy is completely on its own, close to the river at a point that is going to overpower any vegetation that's there. And I put as an example in the letter I sent, what Framingham did here on East Union Street by the cemetery that's there. There's a beautiful hill with an older building on the top, and they plastered the whole thing with canopies like this. It completely ruined it. And you see, remember, these canopies, we're seeing it here in the plan from above, and everything kind of makes sense because it's a plan. What you're seeing is the underside of the panels. It is not, unless there's a lot of money put into it, they're not architecturally elegant. They're okay, but so close to a river, I think in a residential neighborhood, if this was across the street, I will see it with very different eyes. But this is a residential neighborhood with a river in it. I don't know how many communities can have that. And now we're going to put these utilitarian structures so close to it. I just don't think it's worth it.
And your thinking is that the barrier that I'm suggesting is not going to be sufficient?
Absolutely not. Not in my view. I don't think. I think the trees are part of the river, and if you see it as a whole, it's almost like an ecosystem. And then you're gonna have these utilitarian structures so close to it. I think we start there. Down the line, other people will be proposing other things. I think we have to be very respectful of the boundaries of this river. I value it more than a couple of extra watts.
No, I respect that. I did not consider that perspective. I was more focused on kind of, I thought the barrier might help. So you're saying the barrier is just not going to be sufficient. It's still going to dominate the view.
I think so, Anna. I think it would be great to have a green barrier anywhere you can have one. But I'm not sure it's going to change my mind on how I think it's going to impact the riverbank. You know, what you see and how it feels to walk by it.
I mean, no one's going to be walking on this side of the river. It's all going to be across the street.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't say
private property. And I will just add
in a literal way. I say that when you are in the river, you are walking in through the river once these paths are developed, and you will feel these objects as aggressively intruding into that into what the river system wants to be. But I'm not saying that that's just my opinion. And if the board feels that the adjustment to the canopies fulfill the effort that's being proposed, it's fine. I just can't support it. That's all.
I mean, you're making me feel like maybe I'm, I have to rethink I thought the barrier would be sufficient to to prevent the dominance of that panel, the view. So I'll think about it a little bit more.
Would another,
If I could just, I'm sorry.
Please.
If I could just add, I mean, that rear canopy is only 4 rows versus this canopy being 8. So height wise, this is the dominant structure. In the sense that the smaller one, with vegetation would be more screened than the interior panel, which my understanding is supported. So again, in my opinion, with vegetation on the private property side of the river, and again, I don't know if anyone's seen a final design of the Riverwalk, but I'm imagining conservation isn't going to allow this vegetation to be cleared as part of that development. This portion of that Riverwalk, given the banks over there, will likely be relatively close to the Ponderosa Road area. You're going to have over 150 feet, potentially up to 200 feet to the backside of this panel with vegetation on both sides of that river. Whereas, areas like here, this is in the solar overlay district. This could all have parking lot canopies immediately adjacent to Marathon Park, with no vegetation screening required. Our applicant chose this site because they thought it was the existing screening was pretty well established, and certainly they would be willing to add additional vegetation screening to address the concerns, certainly noted by the board. I'll leave it at that.
Why don't I would suggest that that maybe this issue isn't decided, and that the weather is getting a little bit better, and we should do that site walk together that we had originally planned. And I think meanwhile, I think it would be a good idea for Nathan to relook at this in a way that says, okay, if the board doesn't approve this smaller panel, is there some area of this that can of the building, not the whole building roof, but maybe just the front building, that can try to off balance to make this viable in a different way? Because I think it's a valid point about the asset, this asset, and we have to be very careful about it. We want it to be an easy decision. We want it to be, yep, let's do it. So I would say let's take a look at the site, and for Nathan to try to make this a really easy decision. That's what I would hope. I would love for there to be some easy decisions. So is that agreeable to the board, or does anyone have anything to add in? We can make this a scheduled public meeting so that we can all meet together.
Sure.
We're getting more daylight now. We're getting a little better weather, no guarantees.
I mean, could I ask like a stupid question, please? I mean, when I drive down Pleasant Street, looking at solar panels bothers me a lot less than seeing them from the proposed walk, right? Is there any room right there in front of that building for any of this work to be done, or any of this paneling to be? Is that front just not an option at all?
Are you referring to the roof or the parking area?
Like actually in front of the building,
I don't think,
like the high school.
I don't think we'd be able to achieve setback requirements. The way that parking's laid out, the parking is here. So your column line would be potentially in the right of way. I'd have to explore that. But I don't want to speak for the board, but a large steel canopy right immediately in the front of the building, and I don't want to speak for the owner either. I'm not sure if he wants that right directly in the front of his building.
Yeah, I think it's on the roof. There is one section of that roof that is completely south facing.
Yeah, that was my proposal was for what I mentioned in my letter is that if that front top roof, if you look at the side at the satellite picture, there's a portion of the roof. Of course, it will have to be reinforced to be able to support it. But it's south facing. I think it has a better angle than that canopy. Yeah, right there. That face of the roof. It's fully south facing. It has no no shadowing issues. It could be done in an elegant way to go with the architecture of the building, and it's almost the same size of the small canopy. That I would support. But at this point, the way I see it, like I said, the river, in my view, is it's got to be sacred.
All right. So I would suggest those two courses of action for us to look at this, for us to get out to the site, to relook at, can we get that, can the smaller array be accomplished on the roof or in another way that the project can still be valid without it, and it becomes a win-win, situation then. So,
Yeah, I'll just note now, square footage wise, this area is not equal to the canopy in the rear. So I'll say now, I'm sure the applicant is not going to want to pursue that. So I mean, you can, I guess I don't have it mapped, but you can just tell by the footprint, that's almost the entire front of the building. So I would certainly encourage the site visit. As I said last time we met, certainly, hopefully the weather is continuing to improve, and hopefully we can get out there in the not too distant future. And I will just note, the applicant also was considerate of the importance of that river. That's why we're trying to get everything directly over the existing parking lot as much as possible.
yeah, I'm always just hesitant when things just barely fit and it's the only thing that's economically viable. It's amazing how often that happens, so I just think it's worth looking at it again and seeing, testing out those assumptions one more time.
Noted.
All right, so Peter, let's look at, so that we cover all our bases, we do what we had intended to do. Let's look for a date where we will site walk as a team. We'll find that we have some more daylight hours now than we did before, which will help to see if we can go look in an evening or something like that.
Okay.
We'll plan
Do
on
you
that.
want me to send out a doodle poll?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
I'd say send it out as soon as we can.
Okay, we'll take care of that, and obviously I'll be in touch with Nathan, Mr. Collins, and then we can move forward.
Okay. Yeah, because I think this is something we would like to do. We just have to balance this other concern as well, and it is something that's important. So, especially sitting in a residential neighborhood and across from a natural asset to the town. So.
Excuse me, I knew there was one hand up, Tricia. Did that person take their hand down?
I didn't see it, sorry.
Okay. I think it was Mr. Chris Gazzard, if he's still interested in speaking.
Okay.
Please speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. I think we can move on, and obviously I will get that out. It'll be a posted meeting. I'll be in touch with Nathan. So thank you so much.
Hey, Peter,
Chris
thank you.
Gazzard. Yep, Chris
Thank
Gazzard.
you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Chris Gazzard, 21 Park Road. So I agree with Marcelo completely. I think that the river is absolutely a gem that most downtowns don't have. We've been focused on improving downtown, the walkability of town, the trails that we've been working on. So Marcelo couldn't have been, I couldn't have verbalized it any better. I agree with him 100%. I think I love the folks at the VFW. I think I understand they're trying to make money whatever way they can. And I get that, trying to make ends meet, but to do those things, they're homely. It just doesn't fit in that space. Even the overview that you look at it, I mean, look at the beautiful colors of the trees where that picture was taken. I think it would be a shame. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Chris. Okay.
Before we go on to this, well, I guess we're only one public hearing away. I'm just looking for an opinion here, and this is really directed at the design review committee, that this is just late. This is par for the course, obviously, when we have a list of public hearings. I want to offer to the design review committee that either they hang on through one more, which I don't know, shouldn't be too long. It's kind of the introduction of this thing. Or that we put them first on one of the upcoming agendas, put them on at 7:15 for a joint session. So I know they've been hanging in there. I want to make that offer. I see the design review committee sitting there, so. And I know it's getting late. Any design review committee members want to chime in?
Hi, Trisha, sorry. I'm trying to get myself organized here and start my video. Yeah, I think we'll continue. I think we'll stay on for this meeting.
You're going to hang in? Okay.
Let me just double check again. Sorry.
I see you got Bill and Ujwala.
Yeah. This is Ujwala speaking. Yes, I'll hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry.
I'm good. All right, good. Thank you.
Okay. We'll be hopefully back to you soon.
Great.
All right. So then we'll be moving on to item 7, public hearing, 400 Cedar Street special permit modification. Lakshmi, you're still there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to read the necessary information?
Okay. The Ashland Planning Board will hold a public hearing on March 3rd, 2022 at 7:15 p.m. via Zoom to hear the petition of Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless, care of Michael GMO, Esquire Robinson and Cole, 1 Boston Place, requesting special permit modification per chapter 282, section 6.4 of the Ashland bylaws. The applicant seeks to modify the existing special permit for the replacement of 9 antennas, 6 of which will be connected to a new side-by-side mount on the existing pipe mast, 2 junction boxes, jumper cables, and install 2 new hybrid cables connecting ground equipment to tower equipment within the existing cable tray. The property in question is located at 400 Cedar Street, Assessor Map 29, Lot 132 in the Residential A District.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Trisha, would you like me to introduce the project?
Yes, please. I couldn't find my unmute button, so.
It's okay. So this application is brought to us by Mr. Michael Giamo from Robinson and Cole. This is at 400 Cedar Street, and this also is known as the Ashland water tank. Verizon has an existing and a concurrent lease, and has and for the last number of years, and I don't know how long it's been, but has operated antenna cell equipment on the side of this facility. So with that said, I will hand it over to Mr. Giamo, Attorney Giamo, and we can kind of go from there.
Thanks, Peter. This is Michael Giamo representing Verizon Wireless. My colleague Jessica Barty is on the Zoom also, and I may ask her later to share her screen with some of the plans if there are questions. But this application is a pretty simple application. This is a project that involves modifying an existing cell site for Verizon that is mounted on the water tank. There are also some other carriers on that water tank. As Peter indicated, the cell site has been there for some time. It was built pursuant to a special permit from the zoning board in 2010. And it was the zoning board, it was at a time before the current Ashland bylaw was in effect. It was also built at a time before the federal government passed the Spectrum Act. And so the Spectrum Act is a federal law that says if you're modifying an existing cell site, as long as it meets 6 standards that are in the law, then you're entitled to do that by right. So it really takes away municipal decision-making over that, as long as, other than to confirm that those particular standards are met. In this case, because Ashland has a special permit bylaw, we have submitted an application and demonstrated that this modification meets the standards of the bylaw. But the operative law in this case is the Spectrum Act and the allowance for modifying existing cell sites. The other thing the Spectrum Act does is it puts a 60-day, they call it a shot clock on this. So 60 days from the date of the application, there needs to be a decision on this, or the project is effectively would be deemed approved. At this point, we're well before the 60 days, but I just wanted to leave you with that, so you understand it's not something for a long deliberation. But I'm happy to go through the project description here, which will tell you what we're doing. This existing facility has 12 antennas on it. The antennas have cabling that runs down the side of the water tank. It goes to some equipment that's on the ground that's screened with some arborvitae, and it's within an enclosed area. That's essentially going to be what it is after the modification also. So the modification removes 3 of the antennas. These are in sectors. That's the other thing I should tell you. I don't know how many cell site hearings you may have had, but these are in sectors, like a triangular sector. So there's 3 sectors with 4 antennas, each pointing in different directions around the water tank. For each of those 3 sectors of 4 antennas, Verizon is removing and replacing 3 of the antennas. One of the antennas will not be removed. One of the things they're also doing is these antennas are on pipe mounts, which are basically pipes affixed to the outside of the water tank that the antennas are bolted onto, which is a pretty standard way of doing these sites. In each sector, and it was read as part of the description, in each sector, one of the antennas that was formerly on its own pipe mount will be replaced by an antenna that's placed on a pipe mount directly next to another one. So you'll still have the 4 pipe mounts. One of them will have 2 antennas side by side. The next one will have the same antenna that it has now. It'll just stay up there. The third one will have a replacement antenna. And the fourth one will be used on 2 of the sides to mount a junction box, which is just the same as a junction box would be in any other type of building or site that uses electricity. It's just a place where the electricity is scaled down so it can run the antennas. And there's also things called radio heads. This is the radio equipment that works with the antennas to get the signal out. And those are going to also be on those pipe mounts on the outside of the antennas. There'll be new cabling. 2 new cables will connect the ground equipment to the equipment on the tower, but those will be within what they call the cable tray, which is the enclosure that currently houses those cables as it runs up the side of the antenna. So there's no change there, other than the addition of 2 cables. It's within the same space as what's going on now. So under the Spectrum Act, Section 6409, the question for a board like yours or for a building inspector in a town that doesn't do this through a special permit process is whether there's going to be a substantial change to the wireless facility. And we address this on page 3 of the narrative of our special permit application. But the substantial change thresholds are as follows. The first is, does it increase the height of the structure by more than 10%? So if you were adding an addition to the top of the water tank, for example, that's not happening here. It's not going to exceed the height of the water tank. In fact, it's going to be in the same space that it's in now. Does it add an appurtenance to the body of the structure that would protrude from the edge by more than 6 feet? And this will not. As I said, it's on the same pipe mounts. It doesn't protrude any more than the distance needed to mount those antennas to those pipe mounts, and it's certainly not 6 feet. Does it involve the installation of more than the standard number of new equipment cabinets for the technology involved, not to exceed 4, or the installation of any new equipment cabinets on the ground if there are no pre-existing ground cabinets associated with the structure, or the installation of ground cabinets that are more than 10% larger in height or overall volume than any other ground cabinets? So in this case, there is no change to, excuse me, to the number of the ground cabinets. There's an equipment shelter, and the equipment will remain within that equipment shelter. There's not any changes being proposed. There's no larger or additional equipment cabinets being proposed. So this project satisfies that standard. Will it require any excavation or deployment outside the current site? So, you know, are you going to have to do construction beyond the limit of the existing site? In this case, it's not going to require any excavation or deployment. All the changes are being made just by swapping out the equipment on the tower and running the new cables down the water tank. So there's there's no new construction going on outside of the boundaries of that existing facility. And would it defeat any concealment elements of the existing facility? It will not. It's still going to be flush mounted onto the water tank, and it's going to look essentially the same as it does now. That factor comes into play, for example, if you had a rooftop where you had antennas behind some type of a screening, a screening structure, and the proposal was going to call for taking the screening structure down or something. But that's not what's happening here. Those antennas are still going to be in the same location. And does it not comply with conditions associated with prior approval of the existing facility, other than those due to a change in height or width that does not exceed the other thresholds? So there's no prior conditions of approval that these proposed modifications would not comply with. We don't need a modification from that standpoint. What we're looking for is a modification of the equipment. So the plans have changed from what was originally approved, and because of that, we're coming to you using this eligible facilities request standards and using your special permit process as the vehicle for that decision, because that's the way Ashland does it, and some other towns do it that way as well. We also did address your special permit standards. I submit they're not legally relevant, but we do satisfy those standards. This is a pre-existing non-conforming location for a wireless facility, but because it's been there and it's not being expanded in any way, it's entitled to stay there. Your current wireless bylaw limits the location of these. And at the time that this was approved, that bylaw was not in place. And again, this is all laid out in my write-up, and I don't want to. I know you've had a very long meeting, and you have another item after this, I know. So I'm not going to read through this in any way, but I'm happy to answer questions on it. The basic point is that this is effectively the same thing that was approved in 2010, subject to changing out some of the older antennas for antennas that are current, so that the service can be maintained and at a high quality to serve the people in Ashland who use this facility.
Does anyone have any questions on this? I think the basic premise for it, and these have come up, once, maybe twice. It might have just been once in my time on the board, where basically it's just an updating of equipment. You're taking one thing down and you're putting up the newer piece, taking another thing down, putting up the newer piece. And if my understanding is correct, it would really take a trained eye to see that anything had changed on that tower at all.
That's right.
But that the process obligates it, the federal regulations say they have the right to do it. They have the right to update and replace their equipment. But the process obligates them to come before the planning board, basically let us know what's going on, ask any questions that we have, address any concerns that we have. So if anyone has any questions, that's as technical as probably is in my wheelhouse to explain. That said, I think if people want to, now that they understand the project or want to understand the project better, if they feel they want to be able to drive by and look at this facility and try to understand what these things do, because they do come up periodically, not frequently, I would say. But it's a chance to try to understand that process a little deeper, and I'm not at all attempting to rush it through until everyone has an understanding of what's going on and what our role is.
Michael, just a quick question. You may have said this, but I feel like yours was a comprehensive list, so I could have missed. So you are replacing the antennas on the Cedar side, or is it on the other side of that tank?
So the antennas are on the, and Jess, maybe if you put up the aerial view one, which I think is sheet 2, it would be easy to understand the layout on this. Are you able to do that?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Okay, yeah, that's great. So around the outside, and I think the antennas, I think the designer, kind of shaded the Verizon ones in so you could see where they are. You can see like a clock face. There's one at about 12:30. There's one at about 9 o'clock, and there's one at about 4 o'clock. Each of those arrays has 4 antennas in it, and in each array, Verizon is doing essentially the same thing. They're replacing 3 of the existing antennas with new antennas. Those locations of those arrays are going to stay the same. The pipe mounts that hold them, and Jess, if you show the side view,
oh, sure,
whichever one that is, yeah. So the pipe mounts that hold them are going to stay the same. But what's happening here, if you look at the one on the left, Jess, if you point to that with the arrow, so you've got 4 pipe mounts there. Currently, there's an antenna on each one of those. Afterwards, there would be on that first one on the left, there would be the junction box mounted to the bottom of it. On the second one, there would be an antenna replacing the antenna that's there now. On the third one, that's an antenna that's there now. It's going to stay there. On the fourth one, instead of the one antenna in the middle of the pipe mount, there's going to be 2 next to each other on that pipe mount. So that's 4 antennas. It's all within the same space that was there before. If you look at the middle of the water tank, the dashed line going down, that's the cable chase. That just shows that there'll be 2 cables added onto the site to help with the communications. I'm not a technical person either, but that's essentially what it is. It's a hybrid and coax cable installation there that runs the signals back to the equipment in the equipment shelter. And as I said, nothing is being added to the ground outside. That equipment's going to remain in the equipment shelter. So that's really the location of it. And the question about whether it's on the Cedar Street side, so it really is on all of the sides of the tower. It's all the equipment. I mean, it's all the 3 arrays that Verizon has up there now. And that water tank is pretty well screened from the street anyway. There's a lot of trees between that and the street.
So are these directional antennas changing the band in which they are? Is the replacement changing the bandwidth, or what is the replacement of the new antennas really trying to do?
It's upgrading the service that Verizon provides. There have been spectrum auctions that the federal government did where the wireless carriers have purchased additional spectrums or different spectrum, and Verizon has some of that. And so Verizon, the way these wireless systems work, wireless networks work, is these sites each have to communicate with other sites in the network, and so they operate at different frequencies. They send the signal back to a switch. Maybe it's the switch in Westboro, but there are a few switches, and then the signal then is picked up by your phone or the person you're calling's phone at another location. And so your phone can seamlessly go between different frequencies, but there's limited radio spectrum, and Verizon is only allowed to use certain pieces of it. So that's what this is doing. These antennas are going to allow them to maintain their network, at a high quality at the current, using current technology, using current, the ability to handle multiple calls at once, and not be constrained by using the older stuff. So this is, I think, as someone said, someone on the board said before, maybe it was the chair, this is really a kind of a routine upgrade that wireless companies do periodically to just get with the times, I guess, but to put their equipment up to current standards. And so that's what this is.
So is this going from 4G to 5G technology then?
I don't know what G's will be on here. I don't know if Brian Sarchi's on the phone. He's the real estate person who made this, who is running this transaction. I don't know if he knows.
Hello, members of the board. Do you hear me?
Who's Brian? Yep.
Yes.
Yes, this will be a 5G site within the licensed frequencies that Verizon has been allowed for from the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission.
And go ahead.
Do we have a signal propagation map available?
You don't. I don't think there's a signal propagation map. No, that's again not something within the scope of what is done with these upgrade applications because of the federal law and the Spectrum Act. So that was done at the time the original project was approved. And based on that, the Board of Appeals determined that there was a need for coverage, and they approved that site.
So so you're saying that switching to 5G propagation map, in your opinion, is not needed?
That's correct. Yeah, as a matter of the federal regulation, federal statute.
I mean, I'm looking at the planning board in Woodstock, New York, that disagreed with that and required such a propagation map for 5G. All right, so I mean, so here's where I'm at. I understand that we're limited as a planning board as to what we can do in the 60-day period, and I know 60 days is running out, or April, right?
Excuse me, no, it's a 60-day from the date of the application. This application was filed on February 1st.
So would 60 days be April 1st?
I think March 31st, probably.
March
No,
31st.
maybe April 1st, because February's short. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that we have a very limited amount of time to review it. I think that the perception that the planning board has zero ability to put limitation is not accurate. There are planning boards that have in fact opined on lack of information, such as lack of propagation maps or lack of proper kind of detail as to how the visual of the tower changes. So I just want to be clear that, we do have some ability under federal law to opine on those items. I also found it to be disturbing that none of the documentation is mentioning 5G at all, which doesn't give the public a lot of ability to know what's happening or to opine. And as you probably are aware, 5G is quite controversial. And there have been communities such as the legislature in New Hampshire that have been opening up investigations And I'm looking at the State of New Hampshire memo from November of 2020, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. The Commission to Study Health Effects of 5G Technology. And that was given to the New Hampshire legislature only a couple years ago. So, this is not paranoid kind of theory anymore. This is actual science that's now being presented to state legislatures.
I think you have to be a little, we did go through this in the last one we did. Again, I don't remember the date of that was. It was pre-COVID, I believe. Yeah. And we looked at these things more closely, and it is an ongoing issue. But I think I would want to be careful in this environment as none of us are experts, to put out there the science goes one way or the other, I guess I would say.
I don't think we're experts either. What I was going to say is that the information is out there, and I think it's interesting that we did not, in my opinion, we did not give sufficient notice to the public that 5G was being discussed today. And at least myself, I'm not comfortable voting on this project today. I understand we have 60 days, and I think we need to properly give the public notice and mention 5G at our next agenda.
I think that's fine. I think actually it would also give an opportunity for people just to drive by, because, well, I don't often go down this part of Cedar Street, but I think it's important for the planning board to go down Cedar Street, look up, because these things do come up once in a while, and I think it's important for everyone to understand that we don't all just deal with buildings, we deal with this stuff too, and to have an eye on it as to what it looks like in real life, where it's located in real life. So as part of a learning experience in that way. So and allow people to look at it a little bit. I think it is important to understand that different communities do this different ways, and it's kind of only incidental, I think, kind of that it's in our wheelhouse at all. But that said, it is in our wheelhouse, and if we want to put it out there, and we have 2 more meetings in March, which should cover it, and get it out there on a next agenda so everyone feels comfortable with it. It is a very, yep.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Trisha, did we last time have Board of Health weigh in on these? For some reason, I felt like it came back past them, and that's when we decided either ways. And this being on the water tank, I like you said, we are not technical experts on this, but I know there was a lot of kind of feedback last time on the RF microwave, this one's, and the health related effects. But I felt like last time we ran it by Board of Health, but I could be wrong.
I'd have to look at that. I don't remember.
I don't think it was the Board of Health, right? Because they didn't, I didn't remember any Board of Health.
Sorry, Lakshmi, you did or did not?
No, there was no, I don't remember any Board of Health weighing on this. We asked that question, should Board of Health weigh in on this? And we were told, no, they don't have to weigh in on this.
Okay. So yeah, it's somewhere I felt like that group.
The question came up, we did raise the question, should we run this by Board of Health? Because like we just said, we are not experts in this area, but we were told that we don't have, it does not have to go to Board of Health.
I mean, the good thing is under the 6409, you really don't have to be experts in it, because that's not something that's within the scope of what you're looking at. You're doing something that's very appropriate for a planning board, which is you're looking at the physical design and seeing whether it meets the standards that are in the statute, the ones that I just read and that are in your in the materials I filed. But that's really the discretion you have. It's really it's seeing whether those standards have been met. It may be different with a new tower. You have broader authority. You have a special permit bylaw, and there are standards there. And as long as those standards hold up under state and federal law, then you're entitled to, ask any questions you want and investigate whatever you want. But that's really not what we're here for. That was done in 2010 by the Board of Appeals and by the selectmen when they when they entered into the lease with Verizon. Verizon does have a right under the lease to do this work. The selectmen, the selectmen can ask questions and have the selectmen conducted or required us, I guess, to conduct a structural analysis, required Verizon to do that. That's in your materials also. They then had that peer reviewed, and the peer reviewer concluded that it was not going to be a problem for the water tank to have the swapped out equipment on it from the standpoint of a structural safety standpoint. The state has guidance for water departments in terms of placing equipment on the towers. All of those were looked into at the time that the Board of Appeals approved this. Those were met. And in fact, I think that's probably why there's a pipe mount, because years ago, some of the installations wanted to weld directly to a tank, and that created an issue with the linings of these water tanks. That was a problem in a couple places. And so the pipe mount installation was one of the ways that they got around creating problems like that and complied with the concerns people had on that. So there are people who have addressed all those issues. And then in terms of the 5G and the spectrum, I mean, that's a technology that Verizon has a right to employ, and the federal law, again, limits the discretion of a local government or a board to regulate that. If you have questions about it, I do understand that there's a lot of literature out there from a lot of different perspectives, and there are people who have concerns, but that's really, a concern to talk to Congress about. They're the ones who created that legislation. So it's not really something that all the boards in the different towns have, even if some of them may have commented on it or have that information that you can find on the internet. But it's not something that from the standpoint of a regulatory or a legal standpoint that is has been left to the local boards. It's just one of those areas where particular types of uses are have some either federal or state protection. I know you're used to it in the context of an educational institution or a church, something like that. So this is in the same camp as fair housing and some of the other things that the federal government has decided to regulate rather than leaving it completely to local communities.
Right. So in the interest of time, can I ask the planning board, is there additional information that you would like to be provided before we suggesting to have this continue this to another meeting where everyone can take a look at the tower if they want, they can summarize their questions, they can do their own research. But is there anything we need to request at this time? Right. Does everyone want to postpone to a later date and be able to digest this and ask any questions at that time? Is that, Anna, you had suggested that would be important?
I mean, I've read the application very carefully. I thought it was very well. I'm reading the 82-page document. I thought it was well written, and I'm not disagreeing that we're extremely limited in what we can review. My only commentary was that I think our agenda needs to be clear that 5G is being discussed. I understand the position that the health concerns the public may have are not within, there's nothing we can necessarily address there, but I do believe it's important to allow the public to be aware of what this is and to be part of the process. And I just think our agenda was not sufficient.
All right, well, let's do that then. Let's look to continue this until one of the meetings in March, so we have it covered under the 60 days. And I think we still make that with the 31st because of the short month. So and then everyone can feel comfortable that it was properly posted, and we can ask any questions that we have and take care of it at that time. But also, like I said, encourage everyone to do a drive-by and look up at the beautiful water tower.
With that said, just doing the math, the 28 days in February plus the 31 days in March would equal 59, so it would be under the 60 days. And so we have a lot of things going on the 17th, Trisha, into the planning board. So I think the best option at this point is to continue this to the 31st. And on the 31st, I will edit the agenda to make sure it specifically says 5G.
Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will make a motion. If there's no other comments, I will make a motion that we continue this discussion until March 31st. And that it be posted with a specific mention about 5G on the agenda.
I'll second that.
And a roll call vote. Ooh, our first of the evening.
Lakshmi Krishnan, aye.
Deepa Venkatai.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcel Verhona, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye, which leads me to believe that were we supposed to take a vote to continue things in the past, Peter? Officially, we probably were, but I am off my game, and Peter must be as well. So
we continue. I know we continue. I think we continue the 501, and we haven't done the continuance yet for the other one. I'm sorry.
I just don't think we did any. I think it was our first vote of the evening. We just kept. Okay. We just steamrolled it on.
Okay.
Peter, do we need to go back and?
We can do. Yeah, we can go back at the end.
Okay. All right, so we will have this continued until the 31st, and we will.
Great, thank you.
See you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jessica.
All right, bye. Thanks, Peter.
Have a great night. Just well, Trisha, the next thing on our agenda is the design review committee, and/or we can go back and clean up and vote on all the continuances.
Yeah, let's do design review committee first because they have been hanging out.
Okay.
Obviously, this is not going to be a one time discussion. There's no way we can get through all the details that you have provided in this, in this one thing. Given the way you see the planning board discusses things, which is long and slow. So what I would ask is to let's figure out a framework by which we can think about and make progress on these things without getting stuck on the first thing on the information you've provided. How do we work through what I anticipate is going to be a fairly complex and longer process of working through these two things that are on the agenda. So one of them is a series of amendments, bylaw changes. And the other one, it would be a bylaw change about how I think about, basically how the design review committee and the planning board work together. So.
Well, we've actually had these two items have been on and off of our agenda. We brought them before you for comments before this to this board. So these have been on the quote unquote on the docket for a while. So I'm actually hoping we can move some of this forward. And I do realize that thoughtful work and moving things forward requires a lot of time and patience. So we've put a lot of time into this. So we're now really looking for feedback from you all on these two things. And we have a couple more things that we're also working on, one of which I'm sure isn't going to make it for the spring, but it will definitely make it for the fall.
So where do you want to start? I mean,
the draft square foot trigger unless you want to start with the draft site plan requirements or the letter. I mean, I think the draft language, the new square foot and the percent increase trigger, that's from a good 2 years ago, I think. And we started that one.
I don't remember that coming up at all, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Okay, so this is what we wrote, and I think the changes are in yellow. I think Emma's still on, right?
Yeah, I can bring it up.
She does the oh yeah, that'd be great if you bring it up. She does usually, we talk about it, we send her language, she usually puts it all together for us. And the change for this one is highlighted in yellow.
Yeah, so I would say to explain why why this has come up, why this has come up as a problem, that this needs to be in there.
It's come up for a whole bunch of reasons. There are, at the time we started this, there were a whole bunch of projects in town that were either outside of the zoning in the bylaw, and or were within the zoning, but the planning board never called design review to look at them. And so, and then members of design review would get approached in town and asked, like, why did we let these buildings go through? Why, you know, what did we say about these buildings? And if we couldn't review them, even though it was in the bylaws, that wasn't a very satisfactory answer to be giving, and it wasn't a very satisfactory answer for the other people to be getting. So we started a conversation because it was something that happened to just about everybody on the committee, I think. And
you have a recent example. Can you give an example of one of those buildings?
Yeah, we never even looked at Ashland Woods. That's outside of the zoning. We didn't look at the other thing across the street from it. That's also outside of the zoning. We didn't look at, we never finished looking at the actual storage building section of the thing next to the old high school. I forget the address right now. We looked at it once, possibly twice. I'm not even sure we looked at it twice, and it never came back up in front of our building again, our committee again, excuse me. We never looked at the green properties. We never saw that, because that also is definitely outside of downtown, not part of our purview. And I don't know about the other people, because we didn't really, well, that was another one of the projects that we started talking about, because I was getting comments from people like, why aren't you meeting on this? So that being said, that's part of what started the discussion, and that this is a good 2 or 3 years ago now. And then I think that we just felt that if the town wanted to take design review seriously, then we should be looking at more projects and commenting.
Kathy, I'm new to this, so can you just explain the current process of what you've seen last 3 years? Sounds like these projects have been last 3 to 5 years or so. What is the typical process, and when you have a project team come in front of you, where do you leave it at the end of that session? And what gets them to come back to you, and what is not getting conveyed to that project team that they have to come back to you before going? So what is missing in the communication maybe? So I'm just curious about the process that we have currently, and before looking at the square footage from the projects that you just kind of listed recently.
So part of the problem was that there was no consistent process, even though the process was somewhat spelled out in the bylaws. And then some of the projects, we would write to the planning board and say, oh, we haven't finished reviewing this, or we're missing all kinds of paperwork, so we can't finish reviewing it. And the project would go forward anyway. We frequently saw projects outside of the list I just rattled off, and they didn't show up with their proper documentation. So when a developer shows up without the proper documentation, you can't properly review the project. So we weren't doing our due diligence for the citizens. And if the stuff never got sent to us and it never came before us again, then we couldn't do anything about it. And I'm going to chalk it up to, in part, to other planners. We had large gaps for a while where there weren't really planners, or there were assistant planners trying to step in as planners, and it didn't really work out. So it's been a really chaotic process. And it is spelled out. There should be a timeline. I actually think the timelines aren't very well spelled out, period. But then I also think that there's some things that we're supposed to be looking at, some things that you all are supposed to be looking at, and there's a whole bunch of things in those two little baskets of stuff we're supposed to be looking at that definitely overlap. And it's a new way to think about doing this. And you have long meetings, and we actually have pretty long meetings, but they're not as long as yours right now. But that being said, it may take some more effort on all of our part to sort of try to make this process work so that it works for the town. Because the idea is that the people in town want to have a better process. I'm certain developers want to have a better process. And I think in the long run, part of what we'll also end up with is better guidelines for developers, so we're not having some of the back and forth with developers like we're having with 501 Pond right now, where they're like, well, your rules aren't really very specific about what we're required to do, so we're not going to do it. Even though it's spelled out and the intent of it is to do this. So that's why we're here with this, so that we see more of these projects and we can help shift it towards what people want to see in town.
So it sounds like it's more process cleanup versus square footages issues.
Part of it's both, actually, because there were some projects that we weren't called in on that were outside of the downtown, that several of them that I did list off, that we, people walk up to me at the farmer's market, they walk up to me in the grocery store and say, hey, how come? It's like, I don't have a good answer for that. And I wasn't the only one. I'm just using my experience as an example. We all talked about it. And, I think it's frustrating to sit on a committee like this and try to be making change for the better in town and doing right by the town with the development, and then not have it not get taken seriously.
I think it's important to note that I think a lot of that happened prior to 2.5 years ago, because I think that was primarily the reason the chair and the vice chair at the time had come before the planning board to kind of address these exact concerns. And that was immediate. That was in November, December, immediately prior to COVID. So this has been an ongoing thing, and it's not necessarily the work of the current years that have not sent things to the design review committee.
No,
because that's what we have been working toward. What I'm wondering about as we start kind of working toward this, because it's a lot of information, and not necessarily will be addressed tonight, but like some of those projects, there's also a thing with anything more than 6 parking spaces. So I'm trying to balance out the 5,000 square feet and the 6 parking spaces, because that's a requirement. It doesn't matter what area of town you're in. That should send those kind of scale projects that way. And I think a lot of the things on the draft amendments, the requirements that for submissions are the exact things that we've been talking about over the past couple of years, drawings and renderings that match. Like, good grief, I'm so tired of that the drawings and renderings don't match.
Well, I'm just going to say,
so-
Griffin, I think the first thing, the draft, so I guess it says draft DR square foot trigger, and it's got a new date on it because it's been around for a while. DR is actually stands shorthand for draft. That was something that we were working on when Pat and Bill came before you all, just before COVID. And that was in the works then. And then this other material in the other one that says draft site plan application requirements, it may seem redundant, some of what we've put in here, because we had a discussion about that on the committee. But part of what's been going on is developers haven't been including this stuff, or it seems to be like pulling teeth, or we don't get that detail in our drawings.
No, I'm in agreement with you, because if you're not getting it, we have already not gotten it, prior to you not getting it.
So we're calling it out and we're saying, put it in. And if we figure if we specify some of it, that hopefully all of it will get in there. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, at the lack of stuff people think they need to put in their drawings right now, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. But that being said, that's why this is in here, written the way it is. And I think we've got other oddball things in here, like in compliance with dark sky lighting regulations, because I think the more we encourage that, the better off we're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that obviously we'll need to review in detail. And I think it's something, and I don't know where this line is, but there's also a line that we've seen it on planning board in a couple projects between little projects, mom and pop projects, right? That don't have the kind of resources of, say, 100 Chestnut Street, and their ability to accommodate some of these things. So I don't know where that line is, and I'm not saying we should have one set of standards for this and one set of standards just for that. But I'm also looking for that sometimes, like, where's the judgment? Where's the room for the judgment call, I guess, on some things?
Well, we looked at a mom and pop project on one of the little side streets off of Pleasant Street. And it was I think it was a landscaper expanding his business. And, he was a mom and pop business, but he actually did a good job with what he showed us. And he went back and revised a couple of things because we asked him to. And he had bought up 2 or 3, maybe 4 parcels down there, and they'd become dumping grounds. So part of his thing was he was going to clean it all up. That's an example of a mom and pop project where our paperwork might have said XYZ, but he didn't need to show it because what he was doing wasn't a building like 501 Pond or 100 Chestnut or the aforementioned properties that I just brought up. I mean, I think that sort of goes without saying. I think we're going to ask for appropriate detail where we need appropriate detail. And I think some of the mom and pops are going to have to come in front of us. It's like the VFW project and the solar array.
Yeah, I mean, so like I said, we'll have to kind of go through those. I have a similar, some of these things are on my list of what I started making, I think at the time, I don't know, a couple of years ago, before COVID, when we started to get frustrated by this lack of, the lack of similarity, I guess, between the renderings and the drawings. So I think it's great. I think it's great to put it all in, to have it all out there so that we can look at it and start to evaluate it and edit it. And then, so I think that's a great start. I think more than a start. And the 5,000 square feet, I'm fine with that too. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering about. I'm trying to place 5,000 square feet. It would be great to have some examples that we could grab to understand this project's 5,000 square feet. You know, is TJ's 5,000 square feet? Is you know, where's that line so that we can kind of visualize 5,000 square feet? I can visualize it in terms of a house, but I'm having trouble visualizing.
Well, that's how I think we came up with that at the time, in terms of the size and between that and the parking spaces. You know, technically there's some smaller spaces even in in some areas where they're asking for stuff that technically we might review, but I think we were trying to, that was where we were trying to draw a line to be fair. And not make the mom and pop projects, or, you know, Jane and Joe homeowner jump through a lot of hoops that they didn't have to.
It's also the approval process time, right? You don't want to frustrate the clients or the developer. By the time they get to the planning board, you have multiple meetings, and by the end of it, they're kind of starting to give up on the length and process of the time. So it feels like I'm not sure how the other towns deal with what that number is, because I think design review committee would be a massive support to the planning board, because there's a lot of these conversations that we seem to be having repetitively about the gateway of Ashland and the look and feel. And we probably could divide and conquer some of these, and this committee would be a massive support to us if you can take on that load off our plate and really kind of clean that up before it comes to us, without, like, this plan doesn't really, the basic thing that Trisha just said, we're seeing that the elevations and the plans don't match, and it just doesn't make sense. I think if those things are already kind of taken care by your group, and we know that that's a look and feel that Ashland needs, and then it comes to us, it feels like it'll really be sharing the load of projects in town. But I don't know, Peter, if there's like a rule of thumb typically of what that project size is, and if something that we could use as
typically. Excuse me, I've seen it fluctuate anywhere from 10,000 square feet is the minimum. I think that's the number you're going to see more than on average. And then anywhere north, you know, I think 5,000 is a number that's fairly low when you start talking about commercial structures. And I think that's obviously just my point of view. Obviously, it can be lowered. It's up to the town's determination. But I think, you know, anywhere between 5 and 10 is probably the basement number.
So I mean, I took a look at our current bylaws, right, and what design review is supposed to be about, and I looked at the two sections that are already there, right? And they already kind of limit you. They take you outside of the mom and pop single family home kind of scenario, because the way that I read this is you guys have a role where site plan review applies. And site plan review applies in these two separate paragraphs, 9415 and 94117. The 51 excludes single family homes and accessory structures. And the 7 is saying 6 parking spaces or more unless the planning board has already approved. So it kind of takes you out of those. It's saying that it's sort of limiting you. The way I read it is that you guys actually do not play a role in single family homes or accessory structures.
Certainly not single family, certainly not single family homes. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think as long as, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't have a problem with the 5,000 square feet, as long as we're very specific that we're not getting you involved. You know, if it's a 5,000 square foot single family residence, you don't need to be involved in that. So I would be comfortable with the 5,000 square feet language, as long as we sort of piggyback on the rest of the bylaw and agree that we're not going to get you into the mom and pop, small commercial and residential, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we also were noticing back then, and we've been noticing, is patterning I'm going to refer to it right now as patterning and development. And I think that there's a large group of people in town right now who are really concerned about some of that. So in part, I think that's also where some of the 5,000 square foot stuff came from. So I have a client in a town, a couple towns away from here, and the landowner literally has taken a house lot at a time out of ag preservation and clear cut and put in big houses so he can get around all kinds of other rules about doing what he's doing. And the price of housing right now is such that, you know, whatever he had to pay back and the agricultural taxes or make back up because he was taking the land out of agricultural, he more than made his money anyway. So it, you know, became profitable for him. And he literally cut down this whole area. So I think we are starting to sort of think about what happens when you start putting up like giant houses in places where there's all a whole bunch of little tiny houses, or what happens when you take apart a neighborhood and start putting in really large houses because your zoning is allowing you to, but it might not be appropriate. And how could we shift that or keep some of the charms of the neighborhood that were already there, and in part trees and shrubbery and the things that make it look like the neighborhood's been there all along.
Yeah, I mean, I think those things are important, but I don't think some of those things I think are out of the realm of the design review committee. Trying to, I mean, a lot of those are bigger zoning issues, where my discussions about the design review committee with Sarah Hines and with Paula Parker, which are the ones that formed the committee, were really about providing an opportunity to get into the details of a project versus the bigger picture of the project, which is the realm of the planning board. So that the design review committee is looking at all those things that, despite the fact of having these 4-hour meetings, that we still cannot get to, instead of, as Deepa was saying, kind of repeating what the other committee is doing. So
well, I think we've also been looking at the details, but I'm looking at a lot of projects where if we don't have, and so this board is paying more attention, for which I am thankful, to some of the issues that didn't seem to get paid as much attention to in previous boards. But we were looking at things and saying to a developer, we want to see X, Y, Z, would write it in a report, would send it to the planning board, and it was like it went off into the ether. It never got paid attention to, and rarely did any of those items actually make it into the decisions. So I think that part of why we wrote this and did it the way we did it was because we're feeling like, we're almost out treading water out here. We can review all the projects we want, but if it doesn't make it into the planning board decision, what we're asking them to do, then what's the point? And
I hesitate very much to focus on things that happened more than 3 years ago, because it's just not the same situation. We have a whole new town, a whole new planning staff, a whole new board. And this board has from the beginning always talked about building that relationship with the design review committee, but we want to build it properly. The design review committee is obviously a support committee for the planning board. And so, like Deepa was saying, we need a strong design review committee, but we need it to be doing the work that we can't do, not the work that we are doing. So I think
we're trying to do that, honestly. But I also think this is, this doesn't come up out of the blue, right? We didn't just dream this up 2 weeks ago and say, hey, let's go to planning board and do this. It came out of, why does a town change its bylaws, right? Why does any town change its bylaws? Why does any country change its rules? Why does any state change its rules? It's because the culture is changing, or the discovery has been made that things could work better. And I think that's where we're coming from, is that we think things could work better. And we have already lived through the things not working better, and we know why they didn't, which is why we came up with this.
Exactly. I mean, I think we're in the same boat. We don't think don't think things are working. Deepa, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, Kathy, I very strongly agree with what Trisha just said. We have to stop, at least this board has to stop taking the burden of what had happened 3 years ago, 10 years ago. We are all trying our very best to start really communicating and making sure everybody feels part of this process. I personally, having been on some of the recent projects, like I wish there was somebody who would be focused on finding what does that outdoor seating really look like. For example, we seem to be bombarded with projects all of a sudden with that outdoor seating, and I don't think this board right now has capacity to kind of research those elements and design look and feel. And I wish we had that support for somebody to come in and say, hey, this is what it should be. And I feel like this committee here would be an ideal committee to set the look and feel of that town and what it is, what it needs. And I feel like elements like that is more critical than looking at, even for me at least, the square footages. And it looks like we need a lot of process cleanup that I think we all hear very clear and loud and clear. And I think we can work towards that. I think it has to be a conscious effort for every project that comes to Peter's table to make sure that, hey, design review is the first step that you need to go to. I think we definitely can set laws, but I feel like the elements like that, like what is, you have to, I feel like your committee has to be one step ahead of all of us, right? You have to see what's out there, what's happening around, and come back to planning board with all those ideas. And I feel that's where will be really, really critical for planning board, where we can totally lean on, hey, design review board came back with all these recommendations, and we should really look at it when such a project comes back. And I feel like that's where I see this committee's input.
Did you not see the patio seating stuff we sent you?
As part of this package?
I don't think it came as part of this package. I think it came again. It was a product from our last meeting.
I could have missed it. I don't remember seeing one.
Yeah, we had our own package that Emma
Yeah.
and Anna had contributed to on outdoor seating. So that we have been looking at for months, I think, kind of coming back to it. So. But
So it sounds like, again, communication.
So we actually worked on something, and for some reason I thought we were going to send it to you all, unless there's, I actually think we did. It might be a mistake that it didn't get sent out, because I was actually listening to the hearing over at TJ's, and as soon as you said that, I started making notes, and then I sent it off to people, and I said, think about this, and we're going to talk about it at our next meeting. So we came up with some more ideas and things, but we definitely.
Kathy, if you're talking about the checklist, that's still being worked on.
The checklist, but didn't we have another document?
I don't believe so.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong then, and I'm too far ahead of myself here, but we're working on it because we think it's a good idea for the patios, since you brought it up, Deepa.
Yeah, it's just one of the topics. Like, I think we have to, I feel like your committee can be one step ahead of us, and then make sure that that information that you're gathering and doing researching and spending committee time really comes back, and makes sure it comes back to us. If we have already started working on, obviously we are not aware of it. So it feels like we just have to strengthen our communication, and before getting into the weeds of, I don't know, I feel like we have few more steps before getting into cleaning up that part of it.
Yeah, I also think and this really goes to more the part of how projects move back and forth between the planning board and the design review committee. My thought since starting the planning board was that projects go to the design review committee too fast, right? That we are trying to figure out in the planning board if something fits within the Wildwood community. We're trying to figure out if this how, project has too many units, or trying to figure out if, to balance between inclusionary housing and other important factors for the town, kind of these big picture things. And so it always felt strange for me for the project to go off to design review committee to start talking about the details when the whole scale of the project might change, and so it doesn't, it seemed to be a strange flow to me, but yet the bylaws require projects to get moved to design review committee, to me, sometimes way before we're ready to send them there, and before we even know they get sent there. So that's an issue. That's an issue that I think needs to be discussed. I think it's a longer discussion than we have tonight, but that's certainly been my view. Like, how do we discuss the details before we discuss whether a building even fits in its overlay district, right? So.
Well, sometimes it's good to have another group of eyes and brains, really, commenting on projects. Because sometimes it's difficult to figure out, like, where do you start, sort of getting a developer to really see what, as you've been saying tonight, what the intent of the bylaws were. And, this project is doing X, Y, Z, but the intent of the bylaw is A, B, C, D. And here's what we'd rather see here. Here's, what we want to do. And sometimes I think they seem to need to hear it from more than one group.
Yeah, but I think they need to hear it from one at a time. I think, I think the planning board needs to get it into some kind of shape where we can pass it on, versus having the design review committee do all this work and it gets basically thrown out, as you said, in planning board because the direction completely changes.
Well, I think
if I could, it could also be about just being very clear as to what our roles are. I appreciate, Kathy, what you're saying as far as it's good to have extra opinions. On the other hand, the expertise of design review, the massive benefit to us, like Deepa said, is that you guys can assist us with the design elements that we may not have the full ability to hyper focus on, right? So if a big project comes to us, obviously it's going to have design elements, and our focus as the planning board might be on the bigger ticket item, like what does the bylaw say, and is this within the intent of the bylaw? That's the kind of the planning board focus. Design review is more about, is the design actually consistent with the intention of the planning board, right? Like, once the planning board has decided that a project fits the general characteristics of the bylaw. So I don't think the two conflict because they're very different roles. They're very, very different. And I want the design review committee to be extremely strong, but I think the real power here in this discussion is we need to define what our roles are. And then design review can be extremely effective in helping us excel as a planning board. Otherwise, if design review is commenting on whether a big project fits the intent of the bylaw, I actually think that is going to take your focus off what we really need the most, which is assistant with design.
Well, I think design is more than just the actual building elements of the landscape elements, because, I'm going to use, well, maybe I can't use that right now. There are elements where we have more recent buildings, two of which are literally sitting and hooking over the sidewalks and the roadways in town. And despite all of our commentary about it, we didn't get anywhere.
Again, Kathy, that was 3 or more years ago.
I understand, but what I'm concerned about is that, so you can say, oh, you guys just go focus over on these little details over here, but our experience has been that hasn't hasn't necessarily worked very well. And so one of the projects that currently is before the board, one of the big comments that I had was there's too many driveways on a really busy road. You can't possibly think this is reasonable. And I didn't hear you all say that because I've been listening to most of your meetings, but there was one I missed, so you might have said it. But I'm a little concerned that you think we should just be handling the little details when I think there's a fair amount of stuff that's listed that we're supposed to be dealing with at design review. That being said, we need a longer time frame if we're both going to be looking at these projects, period, because it takes a long time for a project to go through you all if you're going through it thoroughly. And if we're going to go through it thoroughly, it's going to take a similar amount of time. And I'm not sure that that falls at all within what the time frame that developers have or that they're supposed to have. And I'm not sure how that works in other towns, but I know that other towns have design review and they have a look and a feel to their streets that looks cohesive and organized. And I would love to get that here in this town.
Bill, do you want to jump in? You
Yeah,
politely had your hand
if
up.
you wouldn't mind. When Marcelo was appointed to the board, he said something that really resonated with me when he asked about the vision of what we want the town to look like. And I'm really unclear on that, and I'm throwing it out. When you folks have one of your retreats, I think it may be helpful for us to sit in on it and maybe put in our 2 cents and get a picture of what you're thinking of, and maybe we can contribute to it.
And Bill, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head that a vision is necessary. We've been talking in our retreats about the importance of a comprehensive plan. And I think at the last retreat, we resolved to gather and sort of have a larger, almost educational discussion as a board about different aspects of planning in town and how the zoning is structured. So I think our thinking is very much where yours is, that we need to have kind of a larger vision as to where we're heading. And our retreats, are obviously, we don't have public comment at our retreats, but they're open. The public can certainly show up. And I guess what you're suggesting is sort of a co-retreat. Is that what?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. And I'm just trying to listen really carefully to everybody because I'm kind of new here, so I don't know the history of everything you guys are talking about. And everybody's making a lot of sense to me, and I share a lot of the thoughts on both sides. I think that meeting probably would be a good point of departure to clarify things, because it is true that I think the maybe Trisha or Anna said this, or everybody said it. The real virtue of having these committees is to really expand on the ability to review projects up and down, big picture and small picture, in order. Otherwise, we're just not doing anything, fruitful. And maybe the communication part is one, but in my view, just by listening, expanding and make it like a prescriptive design review system doesn't resonate to me as being more effective. I think the most effective way that the design review committee could work is to narrow its purpose, to really hyper focus on what it is that really, what are the items, as opposed to make it very vague and have some prescriptive measures that a million projects or 100 could come or not. It seems vague to me. And I think maybe this is something that we could talk more in detail on a meeting that is just for this purpose. I think I find that maybe I think Bill's idea is really good, and I hear Kathy's concern, because the worst thing that we can do is to keep generating a system that all the work that they do is wasted. That doesn't make any sense for anybody. So, That's what I hear from all of you guys.
Yeah, I think this idea of a joint meeting, you know, where probably some of the things that we are on our typical agenda, such as comprehensive plan, would fit into that discussion. You know, other things probably wouldn't, but we could focus on those things that really should be a purview of both boards, you know, in looking at larger things like that. So.
So what about the immediate bylaws at hand?
Well, this is a lot of text, and there's no way I'm going to call for a vote for anything tonight until we have time to really digest it and ask more questions. So it's really about setting another date so that we can. Is this something, Peter, where we can, you know, like meeting minutes, we can edit, we send to you, or is this kind of unrelated to any specific project so that it doesn't fall under that? I went to the open meeting law thing, but this question did not come up.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
I would think it'd be cleaner if we put it on our agenda with a specific description of each bylaw.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes. And then the other thing to note is that right now, to get onto the spring agenda, you have a warrant that closes fairly quickly and very soon.
Right.
And then also you're dealing with public hearing noticing, which we're going to have to deal with in inclusionary zoning. And so you're going to be under the gun very quickly with any zoning bylaw that comes up. And so, you know, if and obviously is Trisha, you know, going through the zoning last year with the downtown, if it's not vetted, if you don't have your ducks in a row, I would never tell anybody to go through that process to get to town meeting without going through a fully vetted plan and bylaw. So I think, yes, this kind of needs some more discussion and obviously needs to be kind of filtered through and talked through. And I think it's a good discussion to have and to keep it moving. But to answer your question, we can edit these. You know, you can edit these and send them to me, and I can send them back out to the committee, you know, with your comments on it, Tricia. I think we can do that.
Okay.
If anybody wants to weigh in, if anybody wants to pull in design review committee bylaws from other communities and I could send them out, we could also do that. You know, the two communities I have worked in were the design review committees. Actually, one was fairly, you know, active, and then the second community I worked in, the planning board put together design review guidelines, and those acted almost as a design review committee. And with that, the chair was an architect, so I don't know what's going on with architects and chair of the planning board, but I'll just leave it at that. But no, we can do that.
Well, I would say that for the planning board, anyone who has the time and capacity to review in terms of the first page of this with the that highlights the 5,000 square feet, excuse me, to really go back and look at the zoning about where these things fit in and think about to think about those, just to think about it more deeply. The second one, I think, is a little bit more straightforward, the one about the requirements, that we've been talking about these ourselves. And I think it's something we can go through individually, like we do meeting minutes. And then we'll compile maybe our various comments on these and send it back to the design review committee.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
All right, there's one thing really on our agenda that we still have to do tonight, and that's the MBTA, at least to get data from Peter.
So so before you keep going on, are you all done with us and what's the plan?
Well, I think that is the plan for us. Like, we're going to review these documents that we have. We can review them in detail, and then get like revisions or questions, back to your group. So that obviously these things have to work for both of us. They have to work for both groups. But I think there's a lot of great stuff here.
Great.
So.
Okay, good. So we're all set right now?
Yes, you've thrown the ball in our court, and so
excellent. That was our intent.
Great.
And
It's in our court. You have the right.
Thank you for your time.
What's that?
I said thank you for your time.
Oh my gosh, thanks for hanging on, you guys. It's torture. It is.
Well, sometimes you just got to ask all the questions and get all the answers, and it is torture sometimes getting to that point, but
so
it goes. All right, well, thanks very much. And we're hoping we can move some of this to spring, and then we'll have some more for the fall.
All task.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, good night.
Good night.
So I think for the committee, I think basically everything on this can wait. I think the one thing, I don't even think we need to do the meeting minutes tonight. It's 10:51. But I do think we talked about the MBTA communities. Peter, I don't think we should go through that whole presentation. Really, anyone can go through that on their own. It's just about what the regulations are. I think what we need to know is where Ashland sits. That's the data that we were looking for.
Correct. And
how easily we meet this. Maybe we already meet it,
So Emma.
Emma has magically appeared.
Emma, can we just pop on the PowerPoint and jump to slide 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the $1 million question, right? Does Ashland meet
question.
all of the requirements already? Can we just
drum
check
roll?
this box and move on? No. The answer is no. But there are a number of zones where we are close. Let's see. And that one. Can you guys see the presentation version?
Yeah,
Oh,
we see
yes.
the presentation version, not the one that you just showed with the.
Okay, it went back to the start. Okay. So this is the half-mile radius. This is where at least half of our zoning needs to fall to meet it. This encompasses 7 different zones and a number of sub-districts. There are 3 sub-districts that come close to meeting all of the guidelines: ADDA, ADDC, and RTDE. So under the current guidelines, final ones will be issued this summer. We could make some minor zoning changes and meet it. Another approach is, a new zone, a new overlay district. So would be a bigger change. So there's kind of 2 approaches to this, new zoning or amend the existing zoning. The ways that ADDA doesn't quite meet it is that it doesn't have a minimum gross density. So you have to have 15 units per acre minimum gross density. So we just need to define that. ADDC allows multifamily, but not by right. You need a special permit. So we would need to open that up and allow it by right for ADDC to count towards it. And RTDE, which is where Cirrus is, meets it, except it has a 2-bedroom size limit on all units. And you can't have a size limit to make it family friendly. So again, each of these districts come very close. If all of these districts counted, we would be way above our 50-acre limit. We still need to do some calculations to figure out if we meet the 1,124 unit count necessary to meet. So there's two standards for size, 50 acres, and also you have to supply 1,124 units.
So in that, sorry, Emma, that means that in the remaining blank space, in those areas, you have to have enough square footage to actually come up with that number of units, 1,000 units or 1,000, whatever it was.
Yeah, so it is, so within the district that meets the requirements, you must be able to show that you can accommodate, Ashland has to show that it can accommodate 1,124 units. Now,
Can I interject on that with a question?
Yep. I know, I kind of just jumped right in. So if you haven't read any of the things we sent out, this might be a lot, but.
No, I did read it, not in detail, but I kind of scanned through it. But I'm just focusing on what you just said and in the plan that you have on the screen. And maybe it's just me, but there's two things that jumps in my head. First, the entire top of this ellipse above the yellow line. If you go there, these are single family neighborhoods with a really difficult topography, and almost the same is true on the other side. Off the bat, I would say I would be willing to put money down to say there's no way you're going to be able to build that kind of stuff on those areas. There's just no way.
So the majority of zoning in this half-mile radius is residential A district. To make the residential A district meet the guidelines in terms of density, allowed multifamily housing, etc., it would need to be substantially reworked.
No, but you're
so
right.
I didn't even touch residential A
No,
as a opportunity.
I'm just talking about the infrastructure and the topography that exists there for the type of multifamily buildings that I'm hearing would be required. I mean, I'm not sure what would be the advantage. And I think it's, I mean, seeing it in plan is different than seeing it in going there, because I think it would be very difficult. But the other question, maybe you and Peter have the answer to this, or maybe somebody else, because is well, first of all, cramming a bunch of thousands of units on this circle here is one kind of a problem. The other problem is that, let's say that you could do it, and let's say that you would want to do it. Why would we put so much residential apartments in the place that is kind of the noisiest part of the town, where the train goes there? How do other communities become communities where the train doesn't have to beep the horn the way they do it here? And how are you going to want to live in that area? Is there a way that these could become a way that they change the rules of how the trains go through towns? I know some towns, the trains don't go like they go through ours and blowing those horns for like 3 minutes in a row.
I know in the past they've studied the possibility of becoming a quiet zone in Ashland, and I'd be happy to share some of those materials. I'm not exactly sure where that project stands right now.
We're not required to actually build these units. Right.
This is a
so
zoning.
I just want to be really clear on that, because all we have to do to meet the regulation is we have to show that we have the capacity through regulation. There's zero requirement from the state that we actually cram 1,000 units in here.
I understand that, but didn't we just hear that we would have to change zoning to allow for that?
Right, and so allowing zoning is different from actually building the units.
Correct, but once you allow,
and once you allow,
some of it will happen.
Yeah, but it's just tweaking the zoning. It's not really changing it. It's
right,
kind of
and
tweaking it.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding it then. Okay.
No, I mean, I see where you're going, Marcelo. You're saying even if they don't magically appear, the 1,000 units, we still have to think about like is, maybe we don't just tweak for the state. Like if we're going to allow density in these areas, maybe we need to think broader and we need to tweak other things, including
Yeah.
assuring a quiet zone,
Well,
including
yeah, well,
assuring public, infrastructure. It's sort of like a comprehensive plan discussion. If you're going to redo zoning in this area, what else does it need? Does it need green
exactly.
space? Does it
I think
need
you, yeah,
does it need
you,
better
you,
sidewalks? Does it need all of that? I think it's better for us to think that way rather than like, how are we actually going to cram 1,000 units in here? Because we may not. We may decide as a community that doesn't happen because
well, I
in
just,
order for
I
that
think,
to happen, somebody has to buy those single family homes and put them down and build
Or
sure,
industrial
maybe,
buildings.
and maybe some people will, maybe some people will do it,
Yeah.
but I think you nailed the head, you hit the nail on the head. It's a bigger picture kind of discussion, and I'm just saying, regardless, I think we just need to be honest with the approach. It's like, if we're going to do this just to get what benefit, okay, that's one equation. But we cannot say, okay, we're just going to change this, but pretend that it's never going to happen and then we get the benefits. I don't think that jives, right?
Yeah, I think it actually all does start to tie into to sustainability, creating walkable communities where you don't need a car, you take the train, and it does mean that you're living then close to the train. But it has to do with sustainability. It has to do with the comprehensive plan. It has to do with looking at the very confusing downtown zoning districts that we started to look at, a year, well, it was more than a year ago, but we passed some zoning changes last June related to those, or 2 Junes ago, I don't remember. But we said that this downtown zoning is very confusing, and what do we really want it to be? But it was too much to get into at that time. But I think all these things kind of come together if we're looking to create this kind of community that's walkable to downtown, that's walkable to the train station, to allow people to live that kind of lifestyle where you don't need a car. It's an opportunity to kind of bring all those things together, really. I see it as an opportunity to kind of think in a different way. But right now, I think our task is by March 31st, based on what we know about Ashland and the challenges or not challenges we have, are there any recommendations that we want to put in a letter to whoever, about this policy? That's where we are now. That's what all this is about. So, and then we can start to focus on the bigger goals, which will be years in the making. But how do we get from now until March 31st? If we have anything to say, maybe we don't. We're not required to say.
So what's the regulation that we need to comment on? Kind of, what does it say currently?
So currently, the period of public feedback from planning boards and people, select boards, is currently open until March 31st. Thank you, Emma. So we have the ability to write a letter to the Department of Housing and Community Development. They in turn are going to go back and take a look at all the feedback from the communities that this is obviously affecting. And then over the summer, they're going to kind of roll back out, another draft set of guidelines for everyone to take a look at or final guidelines. Beyond the March 31st deadline to be compliant with this new regulation, the select board has to receive a presentation an overview of the MBTA communities and how this is going to affect the town. So theoretically, Emma and I are going to continue to work on this MBTA presentation, and we plan to get on a select board agenda, and we'll give a fairly probably a shorter presentation than this PowerPoint is to the select board. That has to happen by May 2nd, and there's an affidavit that's on the DHCD website that has to be signed by the town manager and therefore submitted by May 20th, which is a Monday. The next deadline would be to submit a determination of full compliance for the proposed action plan. That's July 1 of 2023. So the town has a year coming up this upcoming July 1st to start to think about how are we going to meet this. I think we are already having this discussion if we are talking about what changes need to be made and what direction we want to go in. A lot of other towns and the other planners, I personally feel that we're ahead of other towns since we're talking about changes and what needs to happen. When we go on these kind of webinars, it sounds like there's a lot of state aid and state funding for some studies, and I think we are in a position to apply for some funds to help us hire a consultant to take a look at what needs to change and what could change. That could happen, and that could also be part of our proposed action plan. Zoning does not have to be adopted by December 31st of 2024.
So the guidelines that we have to comment on by March 31st, can we see what those are? Is that slide number, like which slide is that? The actual guidelines that we get to comment on?
The bulk of this presentation is the guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
The whole thing. So we can comment on anything from the half-mile radius to the density of 15 units per acre to the kind
Basically,
of
anything that's not Ashland specific in this PowerPoint is the guidelines.
Yep. So that would include like the definition of, how the state is basically interested in the multifamily use, the by right, all that. So technically we can comment on any of it. We can say, hey, we don't like a half mile, we want something else, or we don't like that it's multifamily, we want elder housing. Like we can literally comment on any of this.
We want to count age. We want age restriction. We think age restriction should count.
Right. So I mean, the one thing I'll throw in is the housing production plan identified for Ashland 2 types of households that are in need of housing, of affordable housing, and the 2 are our elder population and our single person households. Those are the most at need in Ashland. So, I think Ashland should consider commentary to the state that this particular within a half-mile kind of bylaw does not take into consideration our unique communities' needs for housing, which within that half-mile radius could very well benefit those 2 groups, the elder community and our most poor residents. And, that's kind of where I'm at with a potential comment. I appreciate the state's focus on multifamily districts within a half-mile radius. The state seems to be really focused on that in that half mile. I just think Ashland's population and needs in that half mile are different.
I mean, I think the housing types that you just commented on, I think that was one of the points made by the select board. I think you sent that draft letter at some point, right? It's somewhere in my email.
Yeah, it was.
That's exactly one of the things that they commented on, that in our community, this is our need. And so it might be different from other communities. So why can't we count our area of greatest need? I think another point was as can see by Emma's map diagram, that our downtown area falls just short of not being in that zone, even though it's a straight, I mean, it's the easiest walk in the world, right? It's a straight shot right down to the train station. And so an area that you would like to become vibrant, maybe with, with people and we're again, a walking community, you can't count it. Where all that area that Marcelo commented about is really hard to negotiate. The easiest way to reach the train station is right from downtown, easy walk. So we're at a disadvantage because our oval is, our circle, we have to center it on the train, but really all the best places are to the right. The
I guess,
community.
that you
Yeah.
you did right, Tricia, because I guess the first comment would be, just the one measure rule of having a diameter is just not the right approach.
You mean you can't just move that thing over? You have to center it. Therefore,
Yeah,
if you are
exactly.
going to expand it, you have to make it wide, bigger all around, the circuit completely bigger.
Yeah.
So if you want to if you want to go from 0.5 to 0.8, it's 0.8 all around. That I don't like. So it's not like it's
Yeah.
not it's not in a like a little, cell in a microscope that expands one way or the other. You have to
Yeah.
literally move the whole thing.
Exactly. It would be just based on what you and Teresa just said, it would be much better for Ashland to have a series of satellite zones that have equidistance to the station, but that really people can actually walk to the station. So the purpose is met.
But you're saying that you would have to do it, universally and expand in all directions, but you could propose not. You could propose that, the area can expand to 0.75 miles if if the walking path is flat.
Exactly.
So,
It's almost like
on the same grade, you could propose something else.
Yeah, it will be just based on that will be actually much useful, at least for Ashland, based on this map, to have like a pearl necklace, right? If it's linear, but it has a series of nodes that people can use to get easily to the station, because that's the flat walkable distance, as opposed to having a dumb circle that in theory applies to everybody, but in a topography like ours would just not work. So that's a good point.
I mean, my feeling is that this is dense housing in close to transportation. I like the state's position of limiting it to a half mile. I think that fits within kind of our values as a community. That I don't think dense housing beyond a half mile is needed here. So I personally am comfortable with that piece of it as is. I'm not sure we're ready without a little bit more process and planning to create kind of pockets in a community that will fit this. I think density really does belong right next to commuter rails.
And just to point out a fact, it says when you read the regulations, it says of reasonable size. That reasonable size has to be 50 acres. And of half of that reasonable size area has to be within a half mile of the train station. ADDA, which is our, ADDA, our overlay downtown district, from the downtown running west down Pleasant Street, which is pinched between Pleasant Street and the railroad tracks, is 23 acres. And so we do which is right up very close to obviously the minimum area needed within a half mile of the train station. Then we have the ability to move that other 25 acres outside of that half mile radius.
Gotcha. So basically the 50 miles
acres.
It doesn't need to, not all of it needs to be within that half mile.
Correct. Only 25 acres of the total 50-acre reasonable area has to be within half mile of the train station and or point of public transportation.
So right now in that half mile, how many acres do we have that meets the requirement as is right now?
Well, none.
Okay.
But with minimal changes to the current bylaws and the stated to ADDA, which is our downtown overlay district, we could therefore have 23 acres that meet the standard of our bylaw, of the legislation. And then we would have to go outside. Then we have the ability to go outside and wherever in Ashland, right, and put the other 25 acres.
Let me ask you a different way, because I don't think in miles and acres in the same, like how many acres do we have in this half mile?
500. 500
know?
acres. So the
500
50 acre zone is 1/10 of this
Okay.
area.
Okay.
Also note RTDE is approximately 44 acres. So not including land to the west of the Memorial Drive. So there's some big chunks even within the half-mile radius that could work.
In other words, we need to find 50 acres, and we have more than 50 acres in this half mile. So if,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah, but we just have minimum tweaks that we could do, and we can meet this requirement and be okay. Or we could start rethinking about everything as a whole.
So the kind of low hanging fruit to me as maybe a question to pose would be where we already have built in the Sears apartments. I think Emma said it's all that's off is we have a maximum unit size. Like maybe they have some leniency there in a place that's already built out where we had thought about this. You know, I thought that might be a good question to pose. And then another good question would be, is there additional leniency for the Nyanza site that's taking up such a large chunk of the area within a half mile of it, and that's unbuildable?
Those can be comments that we could send back to DHCD. And I think the one to get back to the Cirrus Apartments thing, it's not how many apartments you can or have been built. It's all about how much could be built with zoning. So even if there's 398 at Cirrus, however, it's all about how many could be built. And so just a little change to the zoning, it would meet the requirement.
is all that's necessary is the change it to the zoning, or do you actually have to show that there's space and land to do it?
You have to change the zoning, and then you can show, and then you can have via math, you have to prove that by right this could happen.
Exactly. So in other words, if all we had was Cirrus, that particular location, and we changed the zoning, the Cirrus kind of area would not meet it because you can't do it at Cirrus. You would need empty land where you can actually make it happen, right?
And no, I'm not sure because along Pleasant Street, any one of those older industrial buildings, you could say, hey, I'm taking that down and I'm building housing there.
That's what I'm saying. Is that sufficient? So could we, I'm just trying to figure out, do we count Cirrus or not?
It doesn't matter. Cirrus doesn't exist. It's strictly a zoning exercise.
Gotcha. If it's purely a zoning exercise.
It's just a zoning exercise, and it comes down to math, right? Are you square footage, by right, unit density, and that's it. And proximity to a train station.
Yep.
And it's a math calculation. And every town has to do different math calculations. If you're a bus community, which is more of a metro Boston, you have to have 0.2% of your overall housing. If you're a rapid transit community, subway access, 0.25. And so it's clear, it's just for all communities, it's a zoning exercise.
So what would be the steps for us to take if we wanted to meet the requirement within this half-mile circle without going outside of it? Could we do it with a few tweaks?
We could start drafting changes, obviously, to our current bylaw. Then we would have to reverse math to make sure, obviously, this would fit. And then kind of go from there. The number one thing is we got to wait till the final guidelines come out. But really, it's just a matter of drafting tweaks to our existing guidelines.
Thank you for all your hard work, Emma and Peter, in putting it together. This was really helpful for me. I mean, my view on this is, I think that what the state is doing is motivating a specific kind of important housing for our commuting population close to transportation, and the needs of Ashland are the two communities I mentioned, and that would be kind of the only comment I would have to the state, to allow municipalities some control over their most, helping build housing for the most needy in their community, allowing this regulation to have, to continue to focus their regulation on multifamily use, but allow those communities that have an official housing production plan that identifies a different group that's in need, as long as the housing production plan is official, that would be permitted instead of doing multifamily housing. Something like that. That would be my suggested regulatory comment.
I would, and I definitely need time for thought at this point, but I think I would want to still maintain, that it could be a percentage, like that at least 50% has to be for families, so that you're really accommodating that need as well, which I think is out there, to have some accommodation for families. And I would want to consider the directionality of it, because I think it's very apparent in Ashland. The accessibility of downtown and how easy that is, that I think is the direction we would want to go to make that connection between downtown and the train station. So that's something I would want to consider as well, but we can revisit this I think we should revisit this on the 17th, definitely.
If in the next 2 weeks, as committee members review the materials, you want to send any comments to Peter and I, we can draft a letter for discussion at the next meeting.
At some point, Emma, can you send out a reminder about that?
Yes.
Because we'll forget.
2 weeks flies by, so yeah.
It does.
I will say, I think in light of our discussion about the comprehensive plan and the very importance of downtown, I am less comfortable expanding the zone, because I think that's a very quick, fast process to use a state regulation focused on transportation to redefine zoning in our downtown. I would not be comfortable with. I would rather have that be done through a comprehensive plan.
Well, that's something we can all send our comments in and come to agreement by the board.
Okay. Tricia, I'm just going to, I know you said we're going to kind of save everything for the next one, but I kind of want to overview and say 355 West Union Street, TJ Spirits will be moved until March 17th. And I just want to obviously make everyone on the planning board vote on that one.
Okay, so we're making a motion that we're moving 355 West Union to the 17th.
Right.
I have a second?
Yes, second. I second that.
Oh, okay. Roll call vote?
Lakshmi Krishnan, aye.
Deepa Venkatai.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
The next one is
Oh,
311.
and Trisha Ken, aye. I think Marcella said aye, but he was quiet.
He's on mute. He's on mute.
All right, what's the next one, Peter?
311.
We saw your lips move.
Sorry.
501 Pond
It's
Street.
11:30.
501 Pond Street, we agreed with the applicant that this would be revisited on March 17th at 7.
As well, okay. So I'll make a motion that that we will continue 501 Pond Street until March 17th. I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, and a roll call vote. Kevin, you're voting on this one. Oh, we'll have a roll call vote. We're starting with you, Lakshmi, though you might be frozen.
Lakshmi Krishnan, aye.
Okay.
Deepa Venkatai.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
Fine, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. Okay. Are we all caught up?
Yes, we are all caught up. Except the public hearing for the scenic roads is going to be continued till March 17th.
Oh, do we need to do that one too?
Yeah, we didn't vote. Yeah, just have it official.
Okay, I'm moving that we continue the scenic roads until March 17th.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote.
Lakshmi Krishnan, I.
Deepa Venkatai.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. All right. And we can wait with these meeting minutes until next time, right? We're not behind. We still have time.
Yes, we still have time.
Okay, let's do them next time. It's late enough, folks.
All right. Everyone have a great night.
Oh, I will have a motion to adjourn.
Oh.
I
I'll second that. Or
All right. We'll just say aye all at one time. Aye.
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 That's good enough. We'll just say we all said aye.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
See you next time.
Have a great night. Thank you, Paul, WACA Cable.
Yes, thank you.